Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful night so far. I'm a little stressed. Been doing a lot of business today, right? So I just want to chill, think about some League, watch some League, like that sort of thing. Oh my god, that is 12 messages. It is. Never mind. Okay, don't worry about that. It was 12 messages. It's a normal amount of messages, right? We're gonna be watching some VAD games today. I thought that league was in playoffs. They're not. Every other league is in playoffs, but not the VAD. So, so we're just watching like the week 6 games. We've got Crusaders this game and Razorbacks the next, because Razorbacks are being streamed this game and Crusaders the next, so obviously their games are not available for viewing, right? I can't steal main channel's content from Victoris. That's no good. But yep, you guys having a good day? I'm having a pretty alright day. Canadian Thanksgiving today. So, my family doesn't tend to do very much for Canadian Thanksgiving. You know, just excuse to eat some turkey and ham, I guess. Have like a larger meal than usual. Instead of everybody, like, you know, everyone in my family's on like different like dietary restrictions and stuff. So we basically just make our own meals like constantly. So it's nice to actually like sit down and like eat with everybody else, because that never happens nowadays. So damn, league rules preventing restreams, so unfriendly to content creators. Yeah, I know. There's like 6 matches at any given moment in this league. Like, how dare I not be allowed to take the first one? Now Becky's DMing me too. So, chat. I've been developing some new mental frameworks to use. And I'm going to be like practicing them a little bit while watching these games. It's about you might have heard me talking about micro objectives. It's like, what are my actual goals at any given moment in the micro? And I've kind of categorized them into like sets of questions that you can take. You can have different combat roles, and each champion can have like priorities of what their combat roles are that shift on each game. So that's yeah, I'll kind of show you guys what I mean. We'll just pull it up here, right? So we've got this thing, right? So my primary goal could be to burst someone, and these would be the questions I need to ask. And just so you guys know, the questions are not locked in stone, because like I just got this onto paper. Like my primary goal could be disengage, which is separate from peel, right? I might be supposed to mark somebody. And it's like, oh yeah, but if I'm marking somebody, then I shouldn't expect help from my teammates, and my teammates shouldn't want to give help to me, right? Same if you're lurking, and like just... So things like this. I'm going to be like trying to track what everybody's goals are. 80 carries are easy. It's literally just this always. Although sometimes... Actually, no, sometimes some of them might have this. They might have this sometimes. Also, some of them might have this. You know what? No, maybe it's not just always DPS. You can have weird champions, yeah. But that's what I've been working on lately. And I'm going to be trying to practice that right now. So what have we got? What's tonight's game? Falcons versus Crusaders apparently is the match. So I've worked out how IBS leagues work. And I'm working out how Platinum leagues work. But Gold is a really, really weird level of play that I haven't quite figured out like what you're supposed to do down here. Because IBS, as it turns out, it's just like champions who are really strong in lane and champions who team fight well together. And you just like mash those together and it tends to work. And like wombo complexity doesn't really factor in, because everybody's probably going to be like, you know, someone's going to be fed on both teams. So as long as you just have like this go button and... Oh, excuse me. So I'm trying to figure out like how much of that is still true in gold level play. Because like, you know, people aren't stupid at any level of play, really. They're not stupid, they just don't know as much. So it's like, what's the easiest thing you can do? Becky's a human! Hooray! Gold players aren't even sentient. Minoshi, aren't you like... You've never been ranked! Alright, let's see what's going on here. Falcons have banned out Camille and Maokai behind my head. Which is interesting, because it means they don't have any first pick priority on the Maokai. Hecarim priority's fallen off. Yeah. Yeah. Hecarim priority's fallen off a lot. I think it does make sense. But it's like he's not pick banned, but he's just really good. The Falcons are banning out Misfortune, so I would not be surprised to see them gunning for a Caitlyn first pick. It could be an Aatrox first pick. Oh, you actually were silver. I didn't know that. I didn't know that you ever actually placed. Cool. And Viego is gone. So, I mean, that tells me they're not, like, ready to set up a Kindred counter pick into Viego, or they're not ready to, like, draft just a bunch of protection or something. And I guess that makes sense, because I feel like aggression is probably really rewarded at gold level. Because even in platinum level, like, I'm trying to run bait and punish comps, and then, like, someone will make a mistake, and then the dive comp just runs away with the game. So it does make sense that you're probably encouraged to be really proactive. Right. You're the beginner tourney where you were... Oh, yeah! Yeah. I forgot about that. It was really fun to run, like, my little tournaments, but I don't think I would ever do something like that again. Right. So we have a Seraphine first pick, which I'm really hoping does not just default to support role. Sivir is the response... And assuming that the Seraphine is going into bot lane, I don't hate it. I think Sivir, like, is given kind of a safe window to scale here. And they're pairing it with okay, they're going to pair it with Nautilus. So the Crusaders have already shown, like, that they want, like, something going in. Which is, I'm trying to understand, like, gold plat play. Probably makes a lot of sense. It's like, you do have to be nervous about, like, certain disengaged champions. Like, Swain would probably be good here. Oh, that does not bode well. So Jinx is locked. So they're taking the scaling handshake into Sivir, although Jinx's superior range might be able to generate, like, a little bit. She's kind of safe, but, you know, it's giving me the heebie-jeebies that Seraphine is, in fact, a support. So we can still hold out hope that she's the mid laner, but then playing Seraphine mid will expose you to some, like, really frightening scaling responses here. Oh, no. And Seraphine Swain would be really amazing, but now we see the Jinx there, too. Oh, no. No. They took 2 lines that would be, like, good in isolation. But then they, like, merged them together on Falcons. So the Crusaders have to figure out what they want to do now. They've got a very defensive core. Like, Falcons have a defensive core, so how do you, like, penetrate this? Are you going to outrange it? Are you going to out-macro it because you've got Sivir? They're going to fight it directly, actually, just by using Sylas to create, like, this disgusting brick wall using the Swain ultimate. And hoping to pressure it early. So Crusaders look like they're just trying to, like, break open the game before Falcons can kind of do something. Because, like, on paper, if you have, like, mage versus skirmisher mid, the mage team is probably going to outscale. But I don't actually know how the dynamics of Sylas having Swain ultimate change that. Either way, Sylas is going to need some support from the jungler, like, with pushing forwards into this nonsense. Outstanding ult, like, outstanding Seraphine ult, too. It looks like Crusaders should really go in the direction of, like, a flank team fight. Try to overwhelm them, multiple sides, like, prevent banning their own Hecarim. Actually, I don't think I agree with at all here. I think Hecarim R4 would be pretty reasonable into the Seraphine. Like, because if Crusaders come in on multiple flanks, right, then the utility of Seraphine ultimate is reduced. Jinx can't cover all of her own angles. Like, Jinx can kind of, like, keep out one flanker for a moment. I'm just thinking, like, say you're on Drake Pit, right? You get Silas behind, you get Hecarim coming in and, like, in front, like, on another flank. They're actually using Nocturne. So that actually requires a lot less setup than what I was proposing, right? And that's probably good, right? Like, the less setup required here, the better. Because it's like everyone... Oh, I wonder if that's a generalization we can make. Like, league control comps are always the hardest to play. No, because one of the purest forms of control is Siege, which is, like, the hardest comp. So the Falcons have chosen to use a blind pick Kled as their primary initiator, which I really hate. Like, as soon as you lock in Jax in response to this, which should be okay, right? Because you have a comp that's really comfortable. I mean, like, the comp that Crusaders have can really pivot into a pick comp, and they'd be satisfied with that. They're using Trundle Jungle to... Yeah, okay, so Falcons are, like, 100% disengage, control, catch. Excluding the random Kled. And if Kled falls behind, I think he's, like, really hanging, right? Yeah, that pick is awesome, too. It doesn't neutralize, like, violent tendencies as well as Counter-Strike would. Like... But I need to break out of my habit of just, like, seeing a champion and having one default response. That got me in trouble with a Karma pick in VRS last week. When it really, realistically should have been, like, R3 Jarvan with a Locket Zyra. Okay, do we have aggro? How does this game play out? I'm trying to think about this. Because you've got Fiora, who is just a really good edge team fighter, split pressure. She's really good at marking enemies. Like, that's actually her favorite thing to do. Is Kled always coming in from the side? Because Kled... I won't hurt you. I promise. Kled would probably prefer to just beeline it straight into them, because then Swain can be acceptable follow-up. Otherwise, Kled is, like, isolated dive. An isolated dive is always bad. So I don't know if that gives Fiora, like, a mark, necessarily. Like, Falcons are trying to play... This is a bruiser wall front to back. Or is it? No, it's not, because they're not using quad frontline. They're using, like... It's a triple frontline front to back, which obviously means they want to kind of push forwards. Nautilus does not repel that at all. He punishes people for being out of position, but Sivir just has to keep herself safe. What do I do? What do I do? Like, what would... I'm trying to visualize this, like, because I don't want to just default to everything being a teamfight comp, right? Especially with how Fiora swings things. Like, Fiora does not necessarily want to teamfight. She has to... Because Fiora's not finding an isolated target on Falcons during an actual 5v5. She's not. It's not going to happen unless, for some reason, everyone, like, exposes Jinx, like, on the back line, and Fiora is given a monster flank or something like that. So, looking at... So, are they pick? me just take a peek at this again. I'm gonna move this to my other screen, so unfortunately you guys aren't gonna be able to see it right now, just because I want you looking at the draft still. But I'm trying to figure out like the goals of every champion here, right? I don't think Nocturne needs to be a lurker. I think he can show. Okay, so whenever somebody has the dive role in a composition, there has to be two of them, right? So we're basically looking at Silas and Nocturne, right? These two are going to be trying to dive the enemy. So, which of your teammates is your dive partner? They have each other, right? So Silas and Nocturne are really going to have to play around each other, so it probably means, especially since they're the most dominant lane in the early game, despite Kled trying to introduce volatility, that they're going to be playing early lane phase around, well, actually, no, they're not going to be playing early lane phase around mid-jungle duo. They're going to be playing middle phase around it, because they're really just going to be trying to use, like, I'm sure what Crusaders wants is a game that is slow and stable until 6.5 minutes. Then middle lane phase begins. Ultimates change lane dynamics. Nocturne is, like, just about to hit 6 at 6 minutes. And then they just start trying to abuse the Swain, right? And then they start trying to bring the Silas's push with Nocturne into the bot lane. Because their priority target is obviously Jinx. Their priority target is always Jinx. They're trying to dive Jinx. They have to buy... Okay, so they need to also ask themselves, like, yeah, how much protection needs to be navigated around? That's one of the questions I wrote here. So they have to navigate around basically just Jinx traps, Seraphine W, Seraphine Ultimate. Which does mean they obviously want to die from different sides. So that's what those two are coordinating. Sivir has the job of, like, backline DPS, who is the priority target at any given moment. In her case, it's just who's in front of her. The priority list would probably be, like, would rather kill Jinx, then Swain, then Kled, then Sarah, then Trundle. That's probably it. But if Kled's, like, right in Sivir's face, like, obviously hitting that. Does Nautilus have any disengage responsibilities? Or peel he's peel. Like, he's probably primarily peel. But he's very poor at disengage. Yeah, so Crusaders noticeably have nobody who can fulfill a disengage role. Yeah, they have nobody. What's Fiora's job? Okay, well, yeah, so Nautilus would be, like... Nautilus is... If we're listing his priorities, it would be, like, number 1, peel Sivir from, like, Kled or Trundle or something like that. Number 2, just fish for catch. Number 3, play actual initiation. Right? Like, that's what he's trying to do? That's his entire job? Yeah, and with this composition, Silas and Nocturne probably should not be giving any attention to Sivir, right? Or they'll be giving attention to Sivir after their primary dive target successfully dies, and then they collapse back inwards, because that's how dive comps like to play the game. Hell yeah, Minoshi, let's go. Forgive me for being slow on this kind of analysis, guys. Like, I just came up with this framework, right? It's brand new for me. I'm not used to working with it yet. And as soon as I get it down, and as soon as I get it fast, like, my archetype analysis and my combat role analysis, once those things are, like, refined skills, I'm going to be so good at understanding how games play out. But it's going to take some time, right? It's going to take time to develop. Curious that Nautilus actually went Ignite, or Exhaust, but maybe that means he knows his primary objective is Peel in the mid game. I don't know if I agree, though, because I think... I think he can peel without, like, peel Kled off without exhaust, and he can eat Kled ultimate. And I would rather he be stronger in early to mid lane phase. No. It would have to be late lane phase. Oh, immediate pause. He would have to optimize himself for late lane phase when Sivir's Kraken is online, because right now they're very much in farming stance, unless, like, Becky can do something, but... Oh, it is, but I think you have to worry a little... I think having the damage supplement... Okay, so hold on. I just understood what I, like, was really having a problem with, because what I was trying to explain before was not accurate. I think you would prefer to have Ignite here so you can generate early advantages as the champion in the bot lane during early to mid with the most agency. Nautilus's partner is not a high damage partner, so I think the Ignite damage has to matter, right? Yeah, it's not like exhaust is bad, but I mean it's typically better on the AD carry these days, just not in this matchup. Like if Sivir's running exhaust versus Jinx Seraphine, that's trolling. Which also begs the question, is Nautilus ever going to be in range to exhaust anybody for like the first 20 minutes of the game defensively? Okay, so they're doing the setup. What setup do we have to do as Nocturne into Trundle? Well, they're both running Lethal Tempo, so Lethal Tempo stats aren't an advantage for either one. I don't know for sure if Trundle can execute a 12-16 invade. That doesn't hit somehow. But this is sums. Both sums on Jinx. Big. In exchange for just not exhaust. Very good. Do they start opposite? What happens here? Who's playing for what? Okay, so primary objective for Trundle is to get Kled ahead, for sure. Because Kled is their most volatile lane, which means Nocturne should know that. Nocturne should know that top lane is a potential concern, even though I expect Fiora to be able to navigate the matchup safely. Which means if Trundle is starting on this side of the map, then Nocturne has to be concerned about a 12-16 invade, I think. Or he has to be concerned about an immediate cross, like an immediate vertical. Because I think that would actually be favorable for the Trundle in this game. Because, like, top lane doesn't outscale. It's like, should Becky be scared about that? Well, they did actually get a ward onto, like, their own red buff. What can this see? What can this see? This can't see a lot. I don't love it. I prefer this ward for detecting invades because it tells you when they're leaving too, most likely, and it catches wall hop. I mean, you don't have a wall hop jungler. You don't have a champion who can execute, like, the one camp wall hop in Trundle. So no, it's just going to be opposite side cross maps. That trade was not as good as you would like to see in this matchup. Ooh, Darian. Actually really funny to see Darian playing Sylas. He hates this champ. He thinks this champ is an abomination. Lindblum has generated early push, so Becky pathing to that is very good. Not something I considered, really, but I guess it makes sense because Fiora's cooldowns are so much lower than Kled's. No, no, but it's 3:30, which is perfect jungle timing. No, your job should never be to fight someone here while you're starting cross-map, like opposite sides. And Sivir not tanking that for naught was really bad too. Uh-oh. Okay, so chat, obviously we see the mistake here, right? Like, if you're starting opposite sides, you see your jungler here, so you know the enemy jungler's here, right? This has gotten itself into another push situation, and it looks like... I just want to check. Yeah, so they actually intentionally undid the slow push that the enemy had, which is definitely not ideal. So Saucemoss here should never be looking for a fight. Saucemoss's responsibility is solely to the wave, which, you know, does have demats. But I mean, the fact that they refused to accept the enemy slow push to begin with is just not amazing. Okay, so early Falcon's advantage then. The more proactive jungler, like in Trundle, does get rewarded for having like a expected activity advantage over Nocturne. But honestly, that was like 100% on bot lane. So now you see, like, this camp almost universally spawns at 420. So once that spawns and you haven't seen the enemy jungler who started up there, you're reasonably sure they're back up there. Oh, I looked away. Ah, Darien TP's back, full resources, insta all-ins here. Doesn't even land E2. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. It is QMax Sylas. I'll have to ask Darien about this later. Because this is just what Sylas players are doing right now, but I never took the time. Okay, so actually really good gank timing for Night Train because Lindblum needs this wave crashed. But we're going to see that wasn't an amazing parry. He's not choosing to fight it out. Oh no, and then I think by just conceding that, like, you have to have the confidence to try to outplay that in that situation. But the blundered parry just it was probably the blunder parry, right? Okay, not a great start for our protagonists, but fortunately the lane that you really, really did need ahead early, which was Sylas, is generating kills, so, yeah, shoot, just some... Solo bolo. No, I thought he would need the damage to kill Swain, but apparently not, so. So what have we got? We've got Nocturne starting clear a little bit late, so I don't know what delayed him. This looks a little bit desperate, whatever's happening here. No, we can't go for this invade. I guess Nocturne just perceives some free time right now, so they're looking for Swain. And they're finding him. Right? Or at least Trundle. Is this not just a keep fighting angle? I guess not. That's really depressing. Wait, yoink? What's with the yoink? Sylas is fine. Sylas is always fine here. Yeah. It's not... Falcon should absolutely have been happy with that ending the way it did. Like, oh, shoot, Sylas burned his hijack, took the Swain ult, and didn't find anything meaningful? Like, except the flash. That's something meaningful. I need to close my mouth and slow down a little bit. Looks like Nocturne actually benefited from helping Sylas to shove the lane. And is now, I don't know how I don't like pathing back to bot lane here. Trundle's pathing straight to top, but this wave is already crashed, so realistically nothing should happen because Lindblum should be paying attention. And alas, here we are. So let's see if the parry's better here this time. It was didn't block anything. But Fiora ultimate's online. Can we get anything? Lindblum's running away again. He dies for this, no? Yeah. So, yeah, it... Chat, I just downloaded Monster Hunter World. I'm not gonna play it on stream. That's my personal game for right now. I haven't had a personal game in a really long time, so I'm giving myself that. And it's for... situations like that inspired me to want to play Monster Hunter. It's like... there's certain situations where you just need the confidence to execute, so I need to play games that... test my execution a little bit, right? I'm so sorry. I'm just a little concerned that, like, right now, Lindblum might not have a plan of how he wants to approach this lane. Right. Spooky fight for Darien here. Look at them bouncing up and down. Oh, it's one of those whoever ults first loses matchups, right? Silas Trundle. You greedy lad. Yeah, that's always been Darien's fatal flaw. He'll just find some, like, he disrespects junglers so hard. Okay, solidly in the middle lane phase. So what I want to see happen is I want to see Crusaders start to unlock Sivir. And I want to see them unlock Sivir by executing, like, you know, what their comp is designed to do. They're supposed to attack Swain, generate a move for Silas, and then use Silas Nocturne to dive bot lane with a Hecarim initiation. A dive that should be relatively easy to achieve because of Sivir's wave clear. So I'm really hoping they find that angle. Lindblum is still not in a bad spot despite the deaths, because I'm sure we're going to see like a very slight gold advantage. Yeah, there's still a gold advantage in the top lane. So like if we don't look at the KDA, situation is still fine because Lindblum is farming so much better. Especially if something like that happens. But it looks like what they're actually going to do is they're going to start... I didn't notice Nautilus start to move. They're actually going to play for this Herald. And it looks winning. This cannot be a lost fight for Crusaders. There's no universe in which this is a losing fight for Crusaders. It's an over fight for Crusaders, but... When they're getting Quinn souls, unironically, something like that might go in my next stream game vote. I think I would actually enjoy it. But it's looking like we're playing Baba next. The goal. There's still a tempo advantage. Someone's going to have to answer that mid wave eventually. I don't know if Crusaders... What are their cooldowns looking like? No, I don't know if they want this fight. So it's time to just leave. Like... Lindblum doesn't have a freeze here because Kled just walks up, gets courage, all-ins. It's too scary. So yeah, let's see. So is this a Leandries for Darien? I'm just trying to find... I really need to be tracking the junglers more effectively. No, 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 commit! Lindblum, commit! You only lose like 3 creeps! No! They see Trundle. They didn't see Trundle in the moment, I'm sure, so they didn't know for sure it wasn't a 2v2, but that is 100% worth losing 3 caster creeps for. Like, I think with Nocturne's move speed and the inside track, they actually do kill Kled there. Fiora ultimate's up too. Yeah, no, they 100% do. They should have gone for it. Okay, 1 minute until Drake. This is prime time to use Herald to unlock Silas. You just have to be wary of Trundle. Like, where is Trundle right now? Don't take damage for free. That's a lot of damage. It's burning with Leandries. Okay, so Trundle detected. They know where he is. They know where he's lurking. It looks like Becky wants the wolves right now, but I don't really see any value in farming for this moment. Ooh, bot lane's jumping the gun. Bot lane's jumping the gun. No, we know Trundle is just going to lurk here the entire time. Swain has actually achieved first move, so they can actually shove lock Swain now, and they don't need Nocturne to assist in the setup. This is the perfect moment for Crusaders now. Perfect. So I need to see Nocturne, like, pathing towards Silas, pathing towards bot lane. Are sums up? Yeah, unfortunately sums are up right now because there's been so little action. They haven't done prep work and, like, getting those. No, we're not finding that dive. Wait, is Swain ult available? Okay, so it's Herald mid into Drake now then, right? That's what they're doing. Yeah, and they'll know in a moment that, okay, so Lindblum, be brave. Actually, Lindblum gets to get out for free this time without burning anything. Never mind! Lindblum made the right decision in running this time. Never mind. Sivir generates free push. This looks like it never crashed. Unless I wasn't paying attention. It did crash, never mind. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so they got that without any resistance. Although... yeah, I dare you to... okay, these parries need to stop, right? I think he dies to the Trundle Ghost now. No? Barely not. Good. If this were me playing the Fiora, I'd be so pissed at myself right now. It's like, oh my god, every time I parry before the Q times, like the Q time's out. That was the least necessary flash I've ever seen. I don't like this rotation at all. What's the urgency? Why do we need to end lane phase? No shit. Okay, plates are down. Is this when we start to declare late lane phase? Because, like, this is when mythics are expected to be online, but lane phase dynamics are still intact. Okay, so, yeah, no. This must be what we consider late lane phase. Surely. Because all the laning dynamics are still intact, except there's more agency for the top laners to influence things. There's mythics online. Everyone has better shove. Okay. Free Jinx Cleanse. Once again, I'm going to keep pushing for the same line of play for Nocturne Silas. I think it's fine for them to dive Seraphine. Correct. Yeah, you need to have either mid or bot tier 1 turret for lane phase to formally end, because that's the only situation that creates, like, long enough pushes for people to, like, execute those full lane swaps. So, I mean, here they are. They're getting ready, but Nocturne isn't here. There's no wave. Here comes the TP. Really funny outcome here. Cled's just standing there. They're going to get him out safely, yeah? Careful, Darien. Careful, Darien. The Swain. Oh, what an E! So greedy. Prime cometh before the fall. Hey, speaking of Prime, guys. No, but you see, this is why I want Nocturne involved in any bot lane plays. That, by the way, that doesn't end lane phase. That's a top tier 1. Top tier 1s do not end lane phase. This is why I wanted Nocturne involved, because, like, if they can force a numbers advantage, it's always so winning for Crusaders. Right? Tragically, it was like it was two desynced plays. Like, are there any winning lines where a mid laner roams opposite to their jungler? Are there any? It is a winning line if they are just so fast an enemy jungler is confirmed far away, right? If it's just a very momentary 3v2 and then you're out before your lane opponent shows up, then it's winning. Oi, stop tanking turrets! Oi! Unlock Sivir! Lane phase is over, we are solidly in mid game. It's time. It is, you know it is. Darian's the most aggressive player. Like, he is... In fact, because he's the one I'm talking to Monster Hunter about. Or he's the one I'm talking to Monster Hunter with. Whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm not an English major either. He explained all the weapons to me and then asked me to guess, and I was this close I said he's a Gunlance player because I identified what one of his two possible playstyles would be to a T because I know his aggression tendencies. And then I predicted it would be Gunlance, but it's actually Lance because he just... I thought he'd want more offensive power. He picked the similar one that just lets him face tank things. This is catastrophic. Where's Silas, by the way? Yeah, okay.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
We are in the mid-game. It is time for combat roles to come into play. Actually, well, combat roles matter in any team fight, so they could have mattered in the middle lane phase, but... like, middle lane phase Herald fights. Yeah, they're just not the strong ones, right? They're not the ones who are accelerated here. Darian doesn't have his W right now. Here it comes. He's gonna die for it, but maybe his team wins the fight over this. Drake not secured. Okay, so here's how I see it, actually. I've changed my mind. So, Silas has dive as his top priorities, right? He's trying to get onto the back line. He's trying to, like, in the context of this composition, Silas is trying to flank and access back line. That's his sole job. Because I genuinely think with the ultimates he has access to, he will always be covered as long as Nocturne is available. But then he also has a secondary responsibility to protect his teammates if Nautilus is not available, right? Yeah, he does. So realistically, I mean, should I also just add frontline DPS to his list? One sec. It's just deal as much damage as possible. So, what do we think? If, let's say Silas has successfully dove and Jinx is dead and now Sivir is under threat. Do we think it is more important for Silas to prioritize DPS onto the remaining members who are not attacking Sivir? Or is it more important for him to play a defensive role? Because he has both options. He can take both of those combat roles. Because he's so fed, it actually probably is DPS. Nocturne doesn't have the means to cover. Okay, so Sivir's on her own, and they are probably willing to sacrifice Sivir if Silas can get a hugely favorable trade in this game. And then obviously because Peel is still on his list of roles, if he has nothing else to do, he should go do that. Right. That line goes hard. Oh my god.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
But still, what is Fiora's job? What is Fiora's job in this game? I still haven't worked that out. Because are you marking Kled? Like, we haven't seen any setup involving Kled yet, so I can't actually predict right now if Fiora is supposed to mark. Because I don't know if Kled's just going to head-on assault them. If he is, then Fiora should be in the backline, unironically. If he is going to do that, then Fiora should just sit next to Sivir, wait for it, charge, like... Well, wait, does she lurk? Does it make sense for Fiora to lurk? Like, it's so obvious what everybody except Fiora should be doing. Oh, except what's Nocturne's list? Because Nocturne obviously has dive, and if Silas wants to dive, Nocturne has to be able to dive. They have to be ready together. Ooh, I hate this. Remember, Nautilus's #1 job this game was Peel. So if Nautilus's #1 job this game is Peel, then you should be on Locket. Basically, is Fiora front to back, or is... Well, technically neither. Right, that's why I'm having so much trouble. This could be a good parry here. And then ulti, and then Nocturne covers. Yeah. So this right now, objective is frontline DPS. Like, in an exchange like this, Fiora's just frontline DPS. They came to her, she's really happy with that. Okay, no, Fiora's entire... No, so that's what it is, that's what it is. Fiora's entire job this game is defined by Kled, right? Fiora was picked as a counter pick to Kled, she was supposed to stifle him in lane, she's supposed to mark him if he's flanking, she's supposed to kill him if he's engaging. So that means top priority is mark, in combat by the way. Secondary priority is just the frontline DPS role. So that's how this is supposed to work then. Darien is isolated. This is technically dive, but like, I mean... So Darien is... Sylas is dive, frontline DPS, peel. Nautilus is peel, catch, initiate. Because they really shouldn't need Nautilus to be the initiation. Sivir's just backline DPS, as is standard for most AD carries. Uh-oh. Does he get out? Oh! Oh! Becky! Becky's alive! Becky's alive! They don't even have to sacrifice anything but Nautilus's flash. Oh, well, they sacrificed a Drake. Right. Okay, so we've built a picture of how this team plays. But the frustrating part about it is that Sylas and Nocturne haven't caught on yet. They don't realize that they're a duo. They don't realize yet that they're, like, supposed to be joined at the hip. Right? It does matter. Yeah, it does, but the cooldown's not very long these days. Like, look, it's already 1/3 back up. Right? So we really need... If Crusaders really want to just snowball this game as well as possible, they need to understand that, like, what Sylas and Nocturne do for each other. And granted, Sylas is correct in treating this as one of his primary responsibilities, like taking the wave, right? Although ideally it's Fiora down bot, because she's the one who has TP, and that actually gets Sylas, like, closer. No, this shouldn't be happening. Never mind. I mean, Fiora's only here because of the fiasco earlier, and this was just the most logical place for her to go. But they need to swap back ASAP. It looks like they are swapping. They're both basing here. I think they're swapping. Let's do a quick item check. Everyone is really accelerated. I don't know why Kled in this context has Bork. I think he would probably be much happier with, like... Well, hold on. Can he still go Titanic Sunfire? How are you doing, Mel? Good to see you. We're working on our new, like, combat role concept. I say it's our new thing. Like, obviously, people have figured out these priorities before me. This is just the way I'm thinking about it, right? That's the most... Yeah. Lindblom's parries have unfortunately not been impressing this game, but... He's still doing what needs to be done here, right? Still gonna win that fight. Fiora's massive on Trinity Rav, too. Although, do I even like Trinity right now? I used to be the #1 Trinity defender. Do you guys remember that? Like, I used to think Trinity was awesome, but ever since the Sunderer changes, I struggle to find a situation where Trinity is better. Like, I did the math and everything. I have a Desmos graph. Maybe we'll find... I'll find a case. Uh-oh. This is really... Like, this is so... Look how unnecessary this is, right? This is not Darien playing to his combat roles. That's why it's failing. Because when you're playing frontline DPS, like, as a secondary role, rather than the dive as his primary, then you have certain questions you have to ask. It's like, well, what cooldowns can stop me? It's like he's not even thinking about that, right? So this is Sylas executing frontline DPS because it's just become, like, a regular fight, right? And now he's unrestricted on that backline because he's going to... Like, who can stop him here? Nobody, obviously. He's going to kill Jinx, and he's going to run. That is ridiculous damage. Actually, he's not going to run because here comes his teammates. He's dead though. Woo! It does, but how? It's not much, right? It's 20 move speed for 3 seconds. I mean, that's not bad. That's really not bad. I forgot to... Triumphant.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
That's really not bad. Does Jinx have an obligation to be on this build right now? No, because people should be gunning for her, so she needs to DPS them as hard as possible. So no, she shouldn't be on that. Well, I mean that's up to you, Mel. If you want to if you want to spend a lot of time playing ranked, then be my guest. Might be better to look for an IBS pre-made, to be honest. You know where to go if you need help with that. But yeah, I promise you, if you don't meet that minimum rank, you will not have fun in the draft league. I know, but the more Minoshi, the more AD did factor into my calculations. It did. I factored every bit of damage on both of those items. And like the vast majority of Sheen users, what was my conclusion exactly that I drew? I'm trying to remember. Okay, now yeah, this is obviously just straight winning for Crusaders. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. Hold on. No, they got CC'd and caught. Never mind. That was stupid of me. Fiora's not present. Becky ends up dying. Silas it was predicated on Silas having ultimate. That's why I thought it was winning, but I didn't check cooldowns first. And he just doesn't. Wait, he does. No, he does. Well, what does he take? Because it's smart for them to fight off the rotation. But Wolven's taking a really long path that isolates him. Darian dodges that. Beautiful. Where's the ult? Jinx ult! He meant to get Seraphine's and misclicked. But Wolven hasn't been able to hit at all. Like, okay, so the position looks fine for Sivir now, though. That's a lot of fear there. Uh-oh. Yeah, is 30% AS more valuable than Sunderer's percent max health? Sunderer's healing. And the answer used to be yes. The answer used to be yes. It used to be more valuable. And right now, ever since 12-13, I think the answer is no. In most cases. Why does Kled's health bar look like that? Because any unorthodox health bar or shield is bugged right now. Black shield looks like that too. Camille's passive looks like that. Sucks. So they have to realize that if the role is front, because Nocturne and Silas can both play frontline DPS rather than dive, they have to realize that if they're playing that role, there are more restrictions on them. Like one of the questions is, of frontline DPS, what specific threats can interrupt either your damage output or your defenses? So let's figure that out. Silas has to keep backing up to dodge Seraphine CC. And he actually really has to be concerned about Trundle ultimate when he's in the middle of that many people, and it's not just a reliable dive. So I guess it is just Trundle ult plus full team, or Seraphine ult connecting. Nocturne doesn't have the same problems. He can spell shield the stuff that matters. Stop it! Stop it! Too close to the sun, Mr. Fury. He's like, you know what? Take me back to Demacian jail. That's where I want to go. So frustrating. Like, he's absolutely no... Silas is such a team-based champion. Like, Silas is so optimized by his teammates that it's not even funny. The entire point of the champion is to take, like... is to thrive in honest 2v2, 3v3, 4v4. That's when he's best. Like, when you tip the scales out of his favor, he has nothing to play around when his cooldowns are down. When you're waiting for those. And that's just, like, a champion-specific thing. Like... And so he's playing as though one of his main jobs is to assassinate, right? Which we'll call, like, yeah, it's just, he's treating it as though it's burst. And if you're playing to burst like that, who's the priority burst target? Who can you not reasonably damage? Which cooldowns can be spent while fishing, which need to be saved? Which specific threats can keep you from reaching your target, and which cooldowns can negate your burst? So if you're playing like that, you have to realize that the Seraphine W is going to negate your burst. You have to realize that Trundle is going to try to prevent you from doing that, right? Like, what is he doing here? Hold on. But flanks like this are just completely, like, fundamentally unnecessary. I mean, okay, so this would be good if his team's ready, but they're way back here. So something's not being communicated. Like, actually, no, this looks really solid if his team's here. But, like, why is he... I don't know. It looks like it could be a winnable 4v4, but also, like... You don't have to play for anything while this is happening, I guess. And then if they start the Baron, your primary win condition of just diving, like... Jinx with Swain ultimate could be achieved, and like, I don't know. Haven't taken a dive into support coaching ever. I guess if you're an 80 carry player and you want to play Senna, then you kind of can't, like, just rely on your random teammates in solo queue to actually, like, farm for you, right? And that sucks. Yeah, they are. They really are. They must win this Drake fight. They must. Becky! Please! You just need to stay alive! But yeah, Darian at no point has stopped to think about how, like, teammate dependent he is this game. This could be playable. I just need to see, I need to see Silas in advance grab Swain or Seraphine ult. Then if they're going to fight over this Drake, because it's a full fight, let's see Fiora start to try to handle Kled. So Kled is full showing right now, and they know. So Fiora, I mean, I guess Fiora can play for the flank too and just play, like, pure frontline DPS, but Fiora could also just, like, wait, right? I don't like that Silas is going head-on while Nocturne is the one, like, trying to flank. Because now Nocturne has to walk around. Okay, Swain ult is achieved. They can go. They're going together, Nautilus is engaging with the Seraphine ult, hit everything. There we go. Now Fiora's playing the frontline DPS from her backline position. Nocturne and Silas are actually playing around each other. Fucking there we go! That's what we've been waiting for all game! There we go! There it is! So at least this is confirmation that when you have a well thought out set of combat roles and a list of priorities, there you go, it works! It works! PvE Nocturne wins again. That's so funny. PvE Nocturne. That was nearly an uncontrolled mental. I could tell. I could tell. Okay, so I'm getting a message from a friend, so I have to. Oh. Oh no. Maybe we can look. I have a friend in Ottawa who is finally coming back to my main, like my city. We're trying to meet up. But she's messaging me through the League client, so... We simply decided to play League of Legends. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. So yeah, the way I was like framing this, guys, is because like, you know, I just started working on this, and we were trying to see if it applies to your game, right? And so we had Silas. We had Silas's role as, first, number one priority is to dive, because he has Nocturne, because you two are excellent dive partners, so if you sync up and that's your primary objective, you can fight your way back out. Secondary objective is just frontline DPS, like if there's no real dive, you just play for like these questions instead. And third priority would be Peel, because Silas actually could have an obligation to Sivir that game. Where it was ultimately like, it was ultimately Fiora's job to just answer Kled, so because Kled is not likely to flank, her primary objective is like, to actually is it just Shadow Sivir? I mean, we labeled her as like number one priority frontline DPS, number two Mark Kled. But it's like, yeah, once you identify your roles here and you start asking these questions, it's super, super good. Okay, so I can't watch Crusaders game 2 because they're on stream, so I'm gonna go ask for Razorbacks. There it is. Completely unrelated question. Have I ever tried Terraria? I have played Terraria for like 10 hours. And that's it. I never actually got to hard mode. Don't know what to build ever. Yeah, I think, I mean, probably fine to just go Stride into, I mean, was it Stride DD that game? How much are their physical threats? Like, just, do their physical threats matter? Yeah, I did. I really did not play a lot of Terraria. Oh my goodness, so many people messaging me. So many people. Okay, so combat rules came in clutch this game. We're going to see if it works and we can if we can identify them all later. But like maybe something was missing for Fiora, because like, and it would have been true for Illaoi too. Fiora was fulfilling an Illaoi role, which is like, it's like frontline DPS. No, it is frontline DPS. There's a question missing. There's a question missing. There's a question missing on frontline DPS. That's what it is. Who is the priority target at any given moment? What specific threats can interrupt you or either your damage? Is your Q to skirmish proactive? Whoops, I can't type. Proactive or reactive? And it's important for everyone to know all of these because, like, if I as a support player know my teammates' objectives, I know who to help and who to like leave to their own devices. And I know where in a fight I need to be looking. Okay. Ah, it's this issue again. Mr. Actually 1,000 hours. Okay, I mean, I might be interested. Terraria is a good game. I've just never given it a lot of time, you know? What's up? I'm watching the action. Smile. Melly. I didn't actually realize they were playing against Melly. That's awesome. That's pretty much all that's happening here. Okay, I need the draft. I need the draft. Hold on, I don't want to leak any DMs here. Need draft, please. A lot of games. There's a lot of good games out there, guys. I was supposed to play Minecraft tonight because the server is really dying fast, and I need to get my builds going, but, Canadian Thanksgiving, right? Here it is. Okay, beautiful. We just got the draft link. This is Hammerheads versus Razorbacks. The sooner the server dies, the sooner Baba is you can start. Yeah, I mean it's probably starting before October ends. Probably. That's my guess. Okay, what do we have? We have a very conspicuous Zyra ban here, so something's up with the Hammerheads players. Apparently they like Zyra a lot. I don't know. Behind my head, it is Fiddlesticks, Pike, Azir, and over there is obviously Seraphine, Zyra, Graves bans. We are considering a Maokai first pick, which would make a lot of sense. It gives over a potential Aatrox as well. Like, Aatrox is an answer. There it is. Boom. And now we also have... Okay, so they've chosen Trundle immediately as the answer as well. Their sup is Zyra, one trick. There's the information we were missing. Thank you, Sonic. What is going on in here? Oh, why can't I play Zyra? I mean, that's just what happens. So, immediate reveal that Maokai is going into either jungle or support because they're going to be locking in Camille as the Aatrox answer. We tried this a few weeks, like last week. We tried Camille into Aatrox. And one of the top laners in the Oblivion org was like asking us about it. It's like, is that matchup like even good? And, like, I don't love it. So, I mean, I don't know by heart how the matchup goes, and I should actually investigate it, but... Why do we just say the word racism randomly? Like, what's up with that? Darian's created problems in our community. We need to stop this. Yeah, no plants allowed. Okay, so the direction of Hammerheads is immediately looking like a sort of wombo. They're taking Misfortune. Caitlyn is conspicuously left up. But it looks like it's probably going to be solid to, like, just enable Aatrox, right? Oh, no, he just keeps saying, like... He just keeps, like, saying the word racism. It's like, okay, I guess. Why not? So that's obviously Ziggs bot lane as an answer to Misfortune, which I like. I like Ziggs a lot. But we do have a concern, like, because Misfortune is one of the best users of lifesteal in the game, right? So this could backfire. This could backfire. Bullets per minute? Have you tried that one? I haven't played it myself, but I've watched my friend play it. And it looks like a lot of fun. Okay, so what's going on now? Swain is taken off the table, though I don't think Swain would be, like, the pick for their Wombo right now. Because, like, you know, Hammerhead's draft is clearly going in a direction, right? Actually, Swain would be useful for Razorbacks to have in a position like this, and he would instead be wanting to ban something like... Like, you can tell, Hammerheads are already trying to get rid of stuff like Anivia, who would be amazing here. Yuumi gone. Oh, yeah, Yuumi Ziggs could be kind of gross, couldn't it? Immediate Amumu as denial. How do I feel about that? Well, Misfortune, she needs a partner with ult setup, right? Oh, is this a ranged only player on Hammerheads though? No, Rakan is here. Rakan is actually excellent with the Camille too. But, I mean, Rakan and Mumu can be kind of tricky to play sometimes. Like, that matchup is not super Rakan favored once late lane phase, early mid game starts, right? And so here's a Syndra once you already are reasonably... So Syndra is now covered from her assassin matchups by having hard initiation on her team. I would not hate this lock-in at all. It's just a generic, inoffensive, like, burst mage that supplements your obvious, simple-to-execute team fight, right? So, I mean, go for it. And then, like, it would not necessarily be compelling to lock in, like... You know, guys, do you remember VRS last week? We drafted in such a way that enabled the enemy to pick Fizz, and it was unironically a good pick there. Yeah, rhythm FPSs sound like a lot of fun. Like, it's just awesome. Okay, so let's figure out Razorback's combat roles now. Like, what is everyone trying to do? What do you want? I mean, Aatrox just wants to indiscriminately hit anyone, right? Like, I don't even think he even cares about Maokai. What can interrupt him from doing anything? Like, nobody can immediately outspace him. Rakan would be a concern for him if he gets instantly engaged on and blown up by, like, Syndra, Camille sort of thing, but it's not that big a concern if he's got access to Maw later, right? That's true. Alright, what have we got? Ziggs is very self-reliant. Ziggs has great Misfortune ult cancels. Ziggs has the means to escape from a lot of things here with safe satchel charges, and Amumu's peel isn't amazing anyway. Victor and Ziggs can kind of cover each other. Interrupt needs to be a combat role. Interrupt needs to be a role, yeah. That, because there's a best answer for that, right? The best answer is Trundle. The second best answer is Ziggs, in this case. So Interrupt has to be a role that we didn't have before. Trundle's priority is, I mean, I haven't really defined, like, what muscle is yet. There it is. That's the one that I've been struggling with, because basically the way I view Trundle's role, he's not exactly playing a frontline DPS. He's basically just like, he's basically just creating space. Like that's his entire job. He is there to enable somebody else's job by like getting in there and creating space. So it's like almost an enchanter's job, except he's doing it as a frontliner. Because Trundle's not initiating. Trundle can catch, like Trundle can execute catch a little bit, like if somebody's wildly out of position. So let's start with the easier ones then. Let's start with the easier ones. Aatrox, universally, there's not going to be any deviation in this. Aatrox's combat role is just frontline DPS. Right, that's his entire job. He's just supposed to get close and like or not like close. He's supposed to press forward and output as much damage as possible. Aatrox is like a primary carry here, right? Sonic. So Aatrox's role is simple. Like, what can stop him? Let's actually run through our questions here. DPS frontline. Who's the priority target at any given moment? I mean, he would ideally like to be killing these two. But ultimately, Aatrox is also just going to be kind of hitting whatever's in front of him, right? What specific threats can interrupt either your damage output or your defenses, which in Aatrox's condition is both. That would be specifically Maokai W, like Rakan full combo. Realistically, it's just a Rakan full combo, right? And if Camille ultimate interrupts his spacing, maybe a problem later. He's proactive for sure. His Q to skirmish is proactive. And he doesn't want to be like 1v5, right? Nobody wants to be 1v5. Ziggs' role, similarly, is like just raw backline DPS, except his secondary role is interrupts because he's the second best at it. We're going to call him backline DPS because like that's generally, like your role doesn't really change based on whether you're actually outputting DPS or whether you're poke. You're supposed to keep yourself alive and you're supposed to output as much damage as possible. So that's Ziggs, like, because I reasonably can't think of anything else that he should be doing. He's supposed to be covering Aatrox and Trundle with fire, but that doesn't have, like, a specific positional meaning, right? Victor, is he the same? Is he playing... I mean, Victor's kind of like a mid-range DPS, right? Like, he's... Okay, so Victor is the best disengage. Victor's the best disengage that the team has, unless you're going to count Amumu ultimates, which maybe we should. Because, like, Amumu's primary role is initiate. So who is in Amumu's immediate follow-up? Who does he need? Well, ideally Aatrox. Aatrox is the ideal follow-up, but Ziggs with ultimate is just as good. So Amumu, in order to initiate, needs Aatrox, or he needs Ziggs Bomb, or he needs Trundle to supplement the engage and stall for one of those two. Amumu would be... Because, like, what's going on here? Can you peel Camille off here? Who's best at peeling? Trundle! Trundle's best at peel here. Yeah, okay. So Trundle is best at peel. Victor is on disengage and Mumu's on initiation? Question mark? So Trundle would be priority 1 interrupt, priority 2 catch, priority 3... No, it's interrupts, then peel, then catch. Then follow, right? Or it's like 4 frontline DPS, maybe. Because we do need to treat Trundle as though he's actually going to be like trying to kill things, right? Because he is, realistically, he's just valuable as a utility champ. Which probably means that Amumu's immediate priority... I mean, is Amumu's immediate priority... Like, is he always number 1 initiate? Is that always what he's looking for? Like, are they the offensive comp predominantly? I mean, they kind of are, yeah? Because they have worse... disengage... Rakan's gonna be used as a dive partner for Camille. Maokai is outstanding disengage. Might be frustrating for Maokai. Okay, so Maokai's job is almost always going to be disengage and peel. I think he's responsible for both because Rakan is second best peel. No, Rakan is best peel. No, Rakan is best peel. Or is he into Amumu? I'm just thinking, because, like, Peel also accounts for the healing and shielding output that Ragon's going to have here. Ooh. This would be so much easier if every player would just knew what their combat roles would be, and then they're sharing with each other, right? Because I'm struggling. Like Victor's job is weird, because it's like, it's primarily backline DPS, I think? Unless it's burst. Should Victor's primary job be like burst, backline DPS, disengage? Is that right? Burst to disengage, backline DPS? Is that it? I think it is. Because there's no lurkers, there's no shadows, there's no... who's the best at marking Camille? I mean, Camille is probably marking Aatrox, if we're being honest. Like, that's probably what's happening here. Camille is probably marking Aatrox, because Aatrox is the one who's going to be flanking more likely. It's like... Ugh. Alright, give me a moment. Here we are. Yeah, Ziggs' job is easy as fuck to understand. Easy, 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 easy. It's snowing there. No! I saw it hit 10 degrees here in the morning. And that sucked. That was depressing. It's a phase rush Maokai too, so... Dude, poor Trundle. Like, handling basically all of the utility on his team. Wait, Dream is 80 carry? Hang on. When did that change? First blood for the Ziggs is actually disgusting. This could be a tier base. I mean, I don't know if Sonic's one of the players who likes building tier Ziggs. She's not. She's building a Saf Crystal. So it's just speed running to Leandry's now.
Minions have spawned.
Chat, I was playing with preseason jungle last night. Guess what I did? I got a 325 Draven clear. And for reference, the best Viego clear I got was like 321. Because double camping is gone and they've like slowed down a lot of junglers, right? And the clear generated over 90 adoration stacks. So I'm actually reasonably confident in Draven. We didn't do our thinking through setup phase. Because setup phase just ended. Now we're early lane phase. We didn't do our thinking through setup phase. The junglers are starting same sides. Although it's an interesting, like, this is a weird 3-camp direction that I'm seeing from Trundle. Unless it's Blue Wolves Gromp bot lane? It is. Oh. Oh hey, I used this song in my magic damage video, which you guys should watch. Okay, well the combat roles aren't going to be like too important until a team fight breaks out, and a team fight's not going to break out until at earliest middle lane phase, which when Herald is something to be concerned about. trying to punish the flashless MF. Oh, Satchel misses, but I mean, she's dead, right? She can't possibly survive this with that path. Beautiful, and Ziggs gets the kill again. Fantastic. So it looks like Maokai is immediately booking it towards top lane for a counter gank. Burns a flash. Trades flash for flash. This is not a good position for Aatrox. Oh no, and it's an ignite Aatrox too. Maokai should help. Maokai should help Camille shove. And there's so much happening here. Okay, so hold on. So immediately after getting that kill, Trundle leaves, sprints towards mid because Melly is about to crash a wave here. Is successfully leaning top, like, which is correct. What cooldowns are up? Uh-oh, walks into the middle of lane, like, kind of pinned. Gets pinned here. Very survivable if Melly was, like, down here. Like, without flash, I think. So, I mean, you could tell that he thought, like, he was thinking something's coming, right? You could tell that he knew that was a possibility, but then just positioned wrongly around it. That didn't count as a splinter. No way. I just realized we really need to be aware of the enemy's combat rolls, too. So you know what the most immediate threats are at any given moment. Oh! Okay. We'll keep practicing it. You know, this is my practice. I'm practicing with you guys. So what's going on now? Trundle hasn't resets, but it's just like completing a clear right now. I mean, I think it's... I wonder if it's worth it to base on a Sheen there. Now Maokai, because Maokai answered a gank with a gank, Maokai was not given a tempo advantage on clear or anything like that. So I think it probably is just like pure advantage towards Razorbacks right now because the bot situation is really, really bad for Hammerheads. Misfortune should be able to collect most of this farm, though. Actually, no. Misfortune died while losing very little farm overall. Oh, no. Not getting the Satchel Bomb. The Mumu can't do anything. What's going on here? It's just after 420, which is when Maokai is expected to come back and clear, but Maokai's been delayed because everybody's ganked. Okay! We're using the Hex Slash over this Wallhoff here. I mean, functionally it would have been the same as this, although Victor would have been looking for it, right? Sonic doesn't blast herself away. That was creative. I liked that. I liked that a lot. I wonder if this game gets out of hand before, like, actual teamfight combat roles matter. So what's going on now? Trundle is fishing for something with no camps up. Because what else is he going to do? There's a numbers advantage on the map right now. They're cheesing something on MF, I think. But is she freezing or is she, like, obligated to push? Obligated to push. Okay. So they're trying to attack Misfortune's Flash again. They don't want her playing the game. It's already hard for her to play the game with, like, 2 champions who can interrupt her very well. Didn't find anything. Oh wait, they did find something. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't notice. So they did actually commit to this while directed camera wasn't looking. I mean, MF is obligated to push, and Rakan has spent all of his time, like, watching and waiting here, and that's just not... Like, you would blame the support a little bit for this. Obviously not solely the support's fault. Like, if my AD carry died there because I'm just not present on, like, a disgusting obligate slow push, then it is what it is. I really like this Hex Flash Maokai so far, like... Great flash. That was a great response from Victor. Here's the pillar. Camille's dead. Wait. Uh-oh. That's still dead. I was wondering if that could matter. Guess it couldn't. It's actually so funny to me that Melee is playing in both VAD and VRD. And is like making playoffs in VRD, but not VAD. Like, he's in playoffs in the harder league. In off-roll, too. Like... Okay, let's watch. Middle lane phase is, like, well and truly active now. Everyone has ults. Major objectives are spawning. We have Herald up. We have Drake up. It looks like a Drake team fight's going to begin. So now we need to... Oh, never mind. The team fight will not occur. Yeah, he's just barely eligible for both and was brought in as an emergency for VRD when somebody quit before the draft. He just hit Platinum 4. Bonk. So, yeah, it's... Oh, wait, hang on. How did this happen? How did this happen? You kill Victor. You can't convert it into a Drake? Okay, so no, they can't convert it into a Drake, so everybody just backs off. Melee has no mana. There's no shove in bot lane, and shove in bot lane is one of the best... Or, like, one of the most consistent ways of achieving an early Drake, but... I guess Victor just spends TP, and now they have numbers, and neutral wave bot? Maokai loses the 1v1, so... Somehow Razorbacks are the ones who are getting Drake. That's kind of funny. Sonic spending all of her mana to guarantee the push so her jungler is protected. Very good. And now I'm curious to see if... Because this Drake is secured. I'm curious to see if they will choose to pressure Herald as well. Right, like, because you can actually still bail out Aatrox, I think. Or you could, like, really cement Victor's lead. Or you could get Ziggs on the map. So they're actually trying to cross-map here. So Herald is going to be secured by Hammerheads, not Razorbacks. So are they trying to pressure... So here comes Misfortune ult for sure, right? Not active. No, they're just... Because I want to see them treat Ziggs like Caitlyn here. Does Aatrox need a bailout? I think it would be useful to give him one. Like, because if Camille hits Mythic before Aatrox does, we're going to have a problem. And they're both, like, relatively close, I think. I guess Aatrox is only 100 gold down. So in that case, no. If you were to achieve Herald, it should be used on Ziggs. Oh, we're gonna need like a Herald flowchart too. Like, who do you give it to? Because the side lane flowchart, when I figured that one out, it helped a lot. That sucks for Aatrox. Oh, guys, don't do this. Don't do this. This is so unnecessary. Don't do this. Don't do the Tiamat. It makes Trundle feel happier on, like, Raptors, right? And I guess Trundle players are Q-maxing often now again. Yeah, they are. Okay. Don't do that. It's 1,200 gold as a jungler for something that is just a luxury. You really don't need it to clear. And it would be so much more useful to have early Sunderer. Did you guys see that Goliath's already got nerfed on the PvE? Thank goodness for that. That was doing way too much damage. Well, no, not really. Oh, for jungle, maybe, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, thank goodness. There's not going to be champions who feel pressured to buy it. It's going to be so fucking funny if Draven actually ends up as a jungler. Like an AD jungle flex. Okay. Oh. I mean, it feels like a relatively quiet game, but maybe I'm just expecting more bloodshed in VAD. Oh, Victor's not going crown, is he? Does make it rain poke off crown? I don't actually know. That shouldn't be a hole in my knowledge. I should know that. I guess I haven't seen Crown in a really long time, so... maybe I've just never developed everything I need to know about it. But, like, surely there's enough things that poke off Crown from Victor, right? Okay, we have late lane phase beginning in 30 seconds. We have a Drake starting very soon. Syndra's going to get the initial push because she spent her TP on it. They're attacking Ziggs. They're going to find Ziggs. Ah, wasn't a good ult either. Oh no, we're just all getting caught. Because this team has realistically nothing that can protect each other except for Trundle's damage and Victor's gravity field, every individual member needs to position so carefully. Like, they need to have more awareness of where Maokai is, but they're just getting ruined. To Beatus' credit in top lane, very good farm here. And it looks like because of the Ziggs death, they're getting ready to concede the Hextech Drake. So I would like to see Trundle start pathing up to crack top turret, maybe execute a dive onto Camille using Aatrox as World Ender. I mean, we should never be here. They're not contesting it. And yeah, it looks like Trundle is pathing towards something like that. He's looking for Gromp. Don't look for wolves. It's not worth it. You're on a timer. Camille knows something is a possibility here. No, don't approach this. No, Victor, no. What do you mean? They just took Drake. Why would you take wave first? That's a lot of summoner spells for a Victor, guys. I mean, I was operating under the assumption that Victor's flash was really important and there's no need to burn it like that, but I mean, here he is. He's alive. Here comes the dive we were talking about. Very late, but it's because... oh, nope, never mind. They don't want to do it. They've judged Camille's HP to be too high, which honestly probably is true. So... ugh. Yeah, I think Victor should still have flash. Like, pushing that wave achieves nothing. From neutral too. Like, yeah, my mistake for shit talking the crown. It came in clutch. He did in fact shat himself. Yeah, there it is. So I did Horizon versus Shadowflame math, but I didn't do, I didn't compare Void Staff or... Oh, are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Oh! The angle sucked. Too many brambles on the Maokai ult, like, went to where Ziggs would never run. Yeah, see, Trundle's not rushing Titanic either. Like, so now the Hydra feels even worse. It is Sunderer. Trundle would have Sunderer by now. So now we have a power trough where Maokai's on Sunfire, really accelerated. Trundle's scrambling for a mythic. We're... Oh, wait, hang on. We just ended lane phase. We're in mid-game now. So now, what are each team's mid-game objectives? Like, what are the actual compositional styles? Because I haven't quite figured out red teams, but blue teams is, like, really honest flank team fight. Blue teams is very honest flank team fight, actually. You could even argue they have some dive elements with, like, the Camille and Rocket Recon together, but this is very, very clearly supposed to be a team fight composition. So, yeah. Oh, you guys, do you have numbers? Not when you're under turret. You're definitely not considered to have numbers when you're under turret. Here comes Ziggs TP to try to swing something. So hang on. I mean, like, okay, fight started disastrously, so once we're out of here, once turret's down, okay, now it is possible to fight. What is everyone's job, right? Well, Trundle's dead, so he doesn't factor in. Aatrox is just supposed to output as much damage as possible. A Mumu is just supposed to lock people. I mean, the fight started. He's supposed to lock people. He's dead too. He just DP it. Ah, no, this is good. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. DPS. DPS. What? Alright. They need to stop tunnel visioning. Victor needs to clear a wave mid. Move bot. Ziggs needs to move mid. Oh, the skill shots are all missing! Now they're contesting blue buff. What? What are these cooldowns? Wait, no. Okay, blue buff here. Okay, since Victor is the disengaged champ, he is primarily responsible for zoning, but fortunately they're not contesting. Wow, that was a sequence. Yeah, I want to see them stop fighting shit, and I want to see Victor come down here. Like, it's even started to bounce. They've lost so much farm from this bot wave. So he's going to TP bot, no? He's going to TP mid so they can execute a team fight here. Okay. So, remember, we're looking for the interrupts. Trundle is peel. Victor is disengage. The DPS... Okay, so Sonic is getting herself in a decent spot around Aatrox using her front... you have to satchel Camille out. It's not happening. So, but I do like the Razorbacks' response. They've said, okay, fight over. We're not winning. Let's trade. Now what do you want? And so when they come to respond to this... And a recall cancelled, too. I'm tunnel visioning so hard on combat rules that I wasn't watching macro at all, but no, they made a very good decision here. Oh, Mogus. Both flashing forwards. Gravity field is down. Okay. Like, you see how stupidly straightforward Aatrox's job is? Me do damage. Victor's not equipped to fight anything, guys. Oh my goodness. They can't keep getting away with it! Can this be known as like a real call? Are you allowed to know this is playable? Like, or was that just pure, like, hype? Excuse me, I'm really tired for some reason now. Just super abruptly. Okay, so, you know, I haven't done the even shroud math myself yet, so I'm going to stop pushing the narrative that it's, like, always bad, even though I don't really feel its impact ever. But I will say that if a Mumu's role is purely aggressive in this game, it's not necessarily a bad thing to have. Might not be the best thing to have, but it might not be a bad thing to have. We've got Victor's burst unleashed onto Melee. It's like 10 to 7 kills, but red team has the gold advantage from structures and objectives. We are playing on 3 lanes in this mid game. I'm still like, we never finished talking about like what red team's comp actually is and what it does. Because it's like all DPS. Right? Oh no, both the interrupts are down. Wait, look at this, look at this. This is why combat roles are important, right? Where's Trundle? Trundle pillar is up. Trundle pillar's down. Okay, so Trundle's primary role is interrupt, right? That now falls to Ziggs. Ziggs has to do it. So Satchel can't be used. Now there's no one to interrupt. And also there's no escape now that the fight is lost. Great flash. And Victor could never TP because Syndra would just interrupt. Oh no. Like, what is this comp? Hold on. Do we actually classify it as front to back, or is it just not a team fight comp? Like, it's realistically not bait and punish. That doesn't make sense. It's not double, it's not triple frontline front to back because they have 3 carries, because Aatrox's job is solely a carry, right? Unless I now have to reshape my understanding of front to back. But no, it's not, because Aatrox likes to come in from the flank, right? And like, is this just like, is this a pile? Wait, is this a pile? Oh no, is this a pile? I literally can't figure out what its archetype is. Because, like, it's not a control comp, because they're trying to muscle their way forwards, and, like, it's not siege, there's no disengage elements, it's like... Or there's not enough disengage elements for it to be siege. Like, Victor Ziggs can imply a siege core, and Trundle's actually good with that, but Aatrox breaks theme, and Amumu really breaks theme, so it can't be siege. And then, like, they're not aggro, right? Like, they... Unless we define this as an Aatrox tempo comp? Like, is your goal to... No, because their goal wasn't to accelerate Aatrox. Aatrox is just strong. Oh, almost. It was clear what he was going for. What comp is this, guys? What archetype is red team? Oh, hang on. We're playing from, we have to very manually, like, select the song, because that's... We've left the playlist, and I don't want to get copyrighted music. There we go. Okay, because what is this? It's not front to back. It's not really flank, is it? Like, it's not really flank. Comp's kind of built to team fight, but... I mean, is it? It might be. It's not dive, it's not wombo, it's not single target blow up, it's not hyper carry. It doesn't look like pick. It's not bait and punish. It's not 1-4, because Aatrox is a team fighter. It's not 1-3-1, although they're playing like it is. Oh, it could be an obligate 1-3-1. It's not siege, it's not neutralize. It's not dragon aggro, it's not tempo. So it's like a really shitty flank comp, or it's a really shitty, like, oops, what did I just click on? No. It's either a bad flank comp, or it's an obligate pick, or it's just a pile. I wonder if Trundle's combat roles being so all over the place and, like, confused indicates that it's a pile. Because it's like, yeah, okay, there's some synergy between Ziggs Victor. There's some synergy between Trundle Victor. Aatrox can work decently well with all these champions, and Moo wants to go in, Victor wants to kite back, like, Trundle wants to kite back. The flanker is also, like, enabled from... I mean, Victor's enabled by front to back. Ziggs is enabled by front to back. This looks like a front to back visually. We're ulting Maokai, who's actually going to die. Camille is actually marking Aatrox here, but... now it's correct to collapse on the mark. Cancel, beautiful. It wasn't actually Trundle canceling that, that was MF, but it would have happened either way. Like, once a fight is going, their champions like to fight people. Like, I don't know, I can't work this out. Trundle is like a quintessential 1-4 champ. But Aatrox doesn't want... Okay, let's, you know what? Actually, no, I need to watch how this is starting and how they're positioning. So, they're positioning as though they're a front to back. Like, Aatrox is coming in with his team, occupying the front line. They probably should just play as a front to back comp, not really. But Victor isn't present here, so it's hard to start. Oh my god, Rakan lived. What applied the demonic burn on him? Was that just the interest burn? That's not where misfortune wants to be. It's not like an isolation variant of pick, is it? It's like, Okay, no, then we have to define this as tempo. It's the kind of comp that really like all their tools are just the ability to fight you, so they're just trying to generate a lead using, I mean, theoretically Aatrox. And they picked an alternate win condition in this game? No, but it's got to be defined as aggro then. It's got to be. It's just a weird one. Like, it's just weird. Uh-oh! Oh my god, what is this Camille? Okay, so Maokai ults River, right? Trundle is correctly peeling a Mumu. A Mumu is actually playing the disengage role here, which is sacrificing his life. Because he's really, really not good at that. Like, that's not what the champion excels at. Flank team fight, baby! No, I genuinely can't figure out how red team's comp fits together at this stage of the game. Like, maybe a Mumu should just be like reactive disengage at this point. Oh, because Aatrox is always hanging. Guys, Aatrox, if a Mumu is not with Aatrox at the very beginning, Aatrox is always hanging. Because Trundle cannot be, like, Trundle cannot muscle forwards. Like, Trundle cannot just be with Aatrox. Trundle has to be there to cover for Camille. Like, Trundle's actually supposed to mark Camille. Maybe. Am I too deep in my own head? I don't love the Knight's Vow purchase when you're this fed on Rakan. I would much rather see 3,000 gold Zanyas. I'm actually really surprised Rakan does not have Magi's yet. Hanging Aatrox, so he's going to die. There he goes. Yep. Chess has helped me a lot with League, unironically. Like, I'm not a good chess player, but like just learning the base concepts has helped me a lot with League. So I actually just start talking about hanging pieces now in League of Legends, and that's a dead misfortune. What the? Okay, bye to your flash. I need to start looking at the cooldowns too. So much. I am unskilled. I am unskilled. No. No.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Wait, hang on. I looked away. What's going on? Sorry for this. No, I'm out of sorts. Okay, so Ziggs dies by getting caught. Victor, who's, remember, his primary objective is to burst, he almost found his window, but he's waiting because he thinks Rakan can interrupt him. Flashing forwards, actually, is, yeah, wow. But he barely doesn't have the damage because he spent Q1 on something else. Is that worth it for a Mumu? Yeah, Camille doesn't die. Oh, Rakan. It's so funny that, like, to view Trundle as pale. You know, new from the school of death is the best CC. It's beating the shit out of my opponent, peels. This Trundle is extremely tanky, but he will die. Like, there's no one who can back him up, ever. He's isolated. So now they're going to start Baron. Now, whose job is it on blue to disengage? Well, Maokai's the best disengage, but he's required for secure. So then it's Rakan's job. Rakan has to try to zone. They didn't actually... I'm talking about the Baron as though it's up. It's 2 minutes, 50 seconds. But I'm working through the concept, okay? If Baron was up, if they weren't ready to do Baron, that's how you would have to set it up. Because it would have been a good Baron angle. Ugh. This game sure is going on for a while. I feel like Hammerheads should have won by now. And obviously, since I'm not paying, like, any attention to macro decisions, I haven't, like, noticed any missed opportunities. I'm literally just watching the micro. Micro as my focus right now. Okay, so Ziggs is interrupt now. We're frivolously spending Trundle Pillar. It looks like they want to fight over this Drake, but, like, there's no silent answer to Camille right now. Like, they know Camille is there. So they just judge this Drake. It's a soul point Drake. Okay, so they judge this soul point Drake to be worth more than their inhibitor. But so you guys have to start this, or Camille's going to, like, full-on end the game. But you also don't necessarily win it. Now, who's disengaged? It's Victor. Victor's way the hell away. Thank goodness they secure that. Okay, they have to try to leave. Victor is your only disengage. Because your comp, like... God, that sucks. Guys, it sucks so much for Victor to be playing disengage, I'm realizing. Like, he should be Peel. He really should be Peel. Look at that. Look how... Is that a GA? That should be a GA. Oh, but Satchel wasn't ready. How much gold do you think Victor has? Is he at 20k yet? Close. He is unreasonably fed, but he's not at 20k yet. He's at 18k. Full build Victor to contend with now. Maokai is... Ooh. Ooh. Who's the Anathema's on? It's on Victor. Okay, good target. I just... I want Rakan... Like... Wardstone, really? This is like a dream for Rakan. Rakan being fed. Rakan being on 3 items. But Rakan spending their gold on 0 AP. Sucks. Desperation Baron here, like, you can't keep Maokai out of the pits. You have no one to zone. The flank team fight gets to isolate exactly how they want. Aatrox is actually achieving a lot by killing Melly here. But now, is Aatrox enough, like, to... They don't even want to try it because they know Misfortune's almost here. Oh, no. Oh, no! Like, I've stopped even thinking about what Red Team's combat roles are, because realistically, what can they do? I'm so convinced their comp is just super dissonant now. It's like 40 minutes on the weirdest aggro comp you've ever seen, or it's like, no, I can't even call it a tempo comp. Like, it's just... It's just a dissonant pile. I think the intention was to front to back, unironically, but, like, flank beats front to back. And then if Trundle is not allowed to step forward alongside Victor, which or alongside Aatrox, which he's not because his combat roles are different, then the comp falls apart. Okay, so no. That is what it is. Okay? This was drafted to be a front to back. That was their plan. I get it now. I get it now. They drafted a front to back, which put them into a bad matchup, which forced them to change how their comp is played, which created just a terrible situation. So no, it is not a pile. It is in fact a front to back using Aatrox as your primary muscle alongside a Mumu initiation. So the question of Mumu's primary question is who needs to be my follow-up? Yeah, it's still Aatrox and Ziggs, but like you have to be the ones to strike first here. It's kind of like it's like I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be defining it as a front to back because their catch is so unreliable. Like, maybe I shouldn't. Like, maybe there's a better way to describe it, but that's how I'm viewing it right now. I struggled for such a long time to figure it out. I'm okay with settling for that understanding right now. Which actually makes me want to study Aatrox more. This is their sole point fight. I think Sonic TP'd way too early. She should never have left. Ziggs could have actually done a lot of damage from that side lane, but now it's hard losing forever, like guaranteed. Yeah, Aatrox. Yeah. Oh no, we can't achieve anything here though. It's over. Razorbacks will always lose this fight. Okay, so yeah, if you end up in a situation where like your priorities in combat are confused or you can't find a solution to anything because the problem is just too bad, then I guess it does make sense that you start losing every fight. Sonic, what's up? How's it going? Sonic, actually, give me some insight as to how you guys were approaching that game. Were you approaching it as though you were a front-to-back? Like, were you guys supposed to be a front-to-back condition? Or, like, were you supposed to be a front-to-back teamfight composition? We have TP ward here right now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I doubt you guys were thinking about that because I'm just trying to work out like what you're supposed to be, and I think it comes down to like a bit of a misunderstanding of Aatrox on my part. Because I was trying to figure out if you guys were like an actual front to back, or if you guys were supposed to be a tempo comp playing for Aatrox because your setup goes in so many different directions, or if you were like you might have been an obligate pick. No, I'm actually sure you're an obligate pick. Oh, yeah, no, that's what it is, guys. They're obligate pick. They're obligate pick. That's what it was. Okay. Oh, not that one. This one. Sonic's team was obligate pick. And if you guys are wondering what exactly that means you're a pick comp who wasn't drafted as a pick comp, but circumstances forced you to play that way. And understanding that is like the key to actually salvaging something. But it's not a good comp to be, right? It's a bad situation. Wait, what do you mean away? Back to you for game 3. Smile. Because, like, I assume what your team was supposed to do And correct me if I'm wrong, or like if this isn't how you guys were thinking about it. I assume what you intended was that Aatrox, Trundle, and Amumu all step up to provide like a human shield for Victor to also fight, like, and then it becomes a front to back like that, right? You just create like this bruiser wall in front of you. Yeah, okay, so that was the intention. Perfect. That doesn't work because you're into a flank matchup. So Trundle's combat roles become all fucked up, and he's not allowed to step up with Aatrox because he's actually primary peel. And he's supposed to be marking Camille and stuff. And then your artillery's exposed, like, because Trundle can't deal with all of that. And then Amumu and Aatrox are going in one direction, and you guys are going in another, and their comp is better at, like, separating each other, and, like... So you become obligate pick, because your compositional matchup sucks. And it's nice to understand why it falls apart, too. Just, like, Trundle's job is friggin' impossible. Like, what does he do? Oh, yeah, because he's also supposed to be primary interrupt for Misfortune. And that's on opposite ends of the fight. Yeah, that's so... Ooh. You can, yeah, but you're secondary interrupt because you're slower. So if Trundle's pillar is down, then your priority, like, because your priorities are backline DPS number 1 and interrupt number 2. And it's interrupt number 2 solely because you have better interrupt on your team for Misfortune. And if that's down, that becomes your biggest priority. Right. So then, no, actually, because Trundle has to spend all his time, like, marking Camille and being backline as peel for Victor. Yeah, because you also then cannot reasonably disengage. Because Victor isn't enough to zone everybody out, and they'll just wait out the cooldown. And they're fine with that. Yeah, I'll get pick for sure. Okay. We're developing a deeper understanding, but I'm still not all the way there. It's happening. It's coming. Yes, you were. 100%. You should never have TP'd at that moment. You were always right. Because basically, I mean, we've established that you guys cannot win team fights, right? And if we've established that you can't win team fights, then your pressure is a lot more valuable than just trying to brute force that. And then maybe it forces a response, and maybe it doesn't. And if the enemy does, like, start brute forcing the Drake, maybe you do have to TP anyway. Here's Darian. Maybe you do have to TP. Like, who knows? I can't get into spectate. There we go. I mean, like, is there then an argument to concede soul because you guys are so fucked at fighting and, like, you just have to trade something? Like, maybe. What soul was it? It was Infernal, right? Was it Infernal? Yeah, it was. Okay. So Infernal is really not that bad to give up if you already can't win fights. Maybe you should have given it. Okay. The enemy team in this game 3 is reporting a power outage on one of their players, so they're getting that sorted out. Good excuse for me to get some water. Oh, no, it wouldn't have worked with Trundle. No, because I was going to say, you should have pivoted to artillery dive once the Camille got locked in. But no, that can't happen because Trundle was R2. Because, yeah, let's check this, right? I wonder if we can learn a draft principle from this, because, like, the flank versus front-to-back matchup just sucks if you're running triple front line. Oh, no, it's specifically the flank versus triple front line front-to-back that's, like, really bad, which is what you guys had. Because, okay, so, like, yeah, you can solve the issue with... You can maybe solve the issue with Janna, but then you have no initiator. And Trundle is just so awkward here. Oh my god, Trundle is so awkward here. Because you show Aatrox Trundle, so you show... Oh! No, it does violate a draft principle. It does violate a draft principle. It's the redundancy principle. These are two similar champions who are executing very similar things in a game, and they were drafted on this combo rotation. So since you violated the redundancy principle, then that allowed them to just pin you with stuff like this. It's like, well, shit, how do we respond? Like, we've already committed to... We have to push forward with these champions. We're going to expose our backline, right? I guess... It's probably salvageable with Taric. No, because you have to salvage this. No, because you have... no, because you need... Because these guys don't have enough catch. Unless you... Honestly, it's probably not Ziggs here then. Maybe we play... Because we can't commit to dive now. They've shown... Because it's like it's like a triangle, right? You've got a triangle. It's like... Right, you've got front to back. You've got flank. And you've got dive, right? Like three team fight archetypes. And it's generally front to back beats dive beats flank beats front to back. Like in the most general terms possible, this is the dynamic, right? So when you see the Camille and they've already committed to flank, then you want to be able to dive them during their setup if you can, because flank is the longest setup team fight comp. But like, you can't pivot to dive with Aatrox Trundle. I mean, can we use Taric and just try to get monster flanks with Aatrox? And become a flank teamfight ourselves using... And then like, can we just turn this into a flank mirror? Like... Because, like, we're obviously going to lock... It's like... Like, what, Gragas? Can we play Gragas support here? Like... Are we obligated to flex Trundle support? But we can't do that blind. Ugh... That's also not happening in VAD pools. Like, you're not putting your VAD support on Trundle. Like... And in the moment during the draft, which I forgot about redundancy principle, so I was just looking at this Anivia ban, and I'm like, yeah, they want to prevent you from, like, you know, they want to protect their Camille. They don't want Camille engaging into Anivia, right? Like, what's going on here? Okay, it looks like there was an E-sub for somebody. This is Crusaders versus Unicorns. What do we do? As soon as they have rolls, they'll be ready. Okay, so they're using... Just trying to get their E-sub in. Okay, perfect. Wait, that wasn't me, right? Definitely was not. I have the Speckling. Back to Crusaders for Game 3. And who knows, maybe we watch Razorbacks Game 3 too. Later. Illaoi first rotation ban. Huh. Now that's a very situational champion. So I'm a little confused about that. Kha'Zix ban? Okay. No! Did you have to walk home from school, Minoshi? No. Well, you missed me getting stun locked by Sonic's comp. Becky's getting Fiddlesticks permabanned against him. That's awesome. You actually love to see it. You have this niche champion that, like, most people don't play, and it has to be banned against you. That's such an advantage. Oh, okay. Hope you didn't use too much data on me. Behind my head, yep, Illaoi, Kha'Zix, Jinx, Narban, Fiddlesticks. So again, it's giving Seraphine angles, which, if you can punish Seraphine's top side, honestly, Seraphine B1 is probably not as strong as people are making it out to be. But we have, oh my god, unlimited data. That's awesome. You have Misfortune as an option. There it is. You have Caitlyn, you have Aatrox, you have Maokai. You have so many good options, right? So, but Crusaders have chosen Misfortune. And I think they're hoping to pull a Maokai on top of that because the duo is reasonably good. I can't really predict what Unicorns are going to respond with, but, you know, like Maokai, Aatrox. Maokai, Aatrox as a rotation is much stronger than Trundle, Aatrox. So no, they're actually just prioritizing the Caitlyn here, so that means they don't have two power picks in different roles. Because honestly, like, you could have just, like, Maokai, Aatrox, Caitlyn. You could have just locked that. Like Caitlyn R3. And it does concede a counter pick. It gives a counter pick over to Crusaders, but if the champions are strong enough, then it feels pretty worth it. Let's see, they have immediately gone into Caitlyn Lux, which is a combo. I don't think it violates the redundancy principle because they do, like, they're both poke champions and they're a strong combo together, but does it commit you really hard in one direction? I mean, kind of, but Caitlyn herself does that. Unicorns are playing for bot lane. Crusaders should pick an engaged support in a situation like this. They get their hands on Aatrox. If they don't want to reveal anything, then locking in, like, a Mumu here would be pretty solid. If they want to secure Maokai before bans come in. Okay, so, yeah, that's pretty disgusting, and I don't know how Caitlyn Lux are going to be able to play the game. Especially if they have a roaming mid laner. Right. Because if Darien locks in Twisted Fate or Talia or something along those lines, then the principle of attack the global doesn't really work because Lux struggles to get out of lane and because you need to just devote all of your attention to your own bot lane. So you can't devote attention to mid, really. And that's a problem. The Urgot counterpick into Aatrox is actually not something I've seen in a while, but historically, fine matchup for Urgot. I'm pretty sure this is a skill matchup, right? It can go either way. A little spooky. I know, I guess he's fine. He's fine to get dove. I mean, in a vacuum, the counterpick's fine. The more I think about it, like, what does this actually contribute to your Caitlyn Lux comp? It's disengage for your siege, ultimately. Like, Urgot is peel. Urgot is peel and can be follow-up to long-range CC. No, I guess he's fine in a vacuum, right? Like, he's got some synergy points here. He's got a good matchup. I just don't like seeing Urgot until the... No, and no, he's fine, because the enemy support is 100% committing, right? They're already banning... Why would you... Okay, I mean... Leona's a wasted ban because they can just pick her or Nautilus or a Mumu. Like, you can't ban all the engaged supports. They're going to get one, and they're all roughly equal. And actually, frankly, Leona's the worst one, in my opinion, of your options here. Like, I guess she's the only one who can set up a Misfortune Wombo without a linear skill shot. So what are you locking to facilitate your Caitlyn Lux? They're playing Caitlyn tempo. They have to play Caitlyn tempo. Although they could pivot to C. What? Into Maokai? So, I mean, just close it out with your pick of engaged support. Like, Amumu looks very good. You can't send Maokai support. You can't play Alistar. So, yeah, it's got to be Amumu. And then, like, mid-rangey mid? Like... Syndra can't be exposed by assassins right now. I mean, they are kind of incentivized to try looking for, like, Zed, Yone, Yasuo, maybe not Syndra. So, like, but Victor could be really good here. Maybe not Victor either, because he's, like, what's he gonna do to Urgot or, like, any of these? I mean, he can try to match some poke here. He can follow up. Like, he can extend Maokai or Amumu's combos with Gravity Well. No, I think it's probably Victor over Syndra in this context. Swain? What, like...
Life is too short for fear.
Okay, Crusaders, here is your flowchart. Step 1, push any lane. Step 2, kill Caitlyn. Step, like, once. Kill Caitlyn once. Step 3, build magic resist. Step 4, profit. Like... Okay, so presumably it's Sunfire Diana to make the magic damage spread, like, remotely playable. Like, it's gotta be utility Swain Sunfire Diana, right? Like, the thing is, I don't even necessarily hate Swain. But... next to the... like, the Diana's so... I cannot understand the Diana. I cannot understand the Diana. Oh, my mistake. Victor's banned. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't be calling for Victor to be picked here. That's a great ban, then. That's a fantastic ban. But, like...
I must not fall.
Talia looks ridiculous here.
Your commands tire me.
Talia looks absurd here. Right? Oh, Becky is going to be so ungodly tanky this game. So tanky. So let's figure out our combat roles for Crusaders now, right? Obviously a Mumu is the primary initiation. There's very little that's going to threaten a Mumu away from that. Like, Urgot could try to reactively E him, but that requires Urgot to be actually executing his role of primary peel. So, I mean, yeah, we'll see how that pans out. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. So, Mumu's #1 priority is initiation, and his required follow-up is, well, frankly, anybody. It is not an option for him to engage onto Urgot. That makes no sense. It's not an option for him to engage onto Swain unless it leads into an R flash on his backline, right? Maokai should be playing the mid-range role. This is, I was going to say triple. No, it is triple frontline front to back. Aatrox should be playing for flanks, kind of. But they end up positioning in such a way after, like, as soon as that flank occurs, that it creates the front-to-back formation. So Mumu's primary initiation. Syndra's primary job is burst. Wait, everyone's so straightforward here. Everyone is so simple. They're perfect. Actually, no, everyone just has a really straightforward job, right? If somebody has to deal with Diana, it's Maokai. If some, like, Aatrox pushes forward for damage, Aatrox is just frontline DPS. Misfortune is just backline DPS. Syndra is priority burst, otherwise backline DPS. Maokai is peel or disengage, predominantly, and really should be playing for just that, actually. He's peel disengage. Or follow-up. He can also be follow-up. From range, right? Why is there no Blitzcrank? That's a good question, Kevbo. Worst draft ever? There should be a Blitzcrank. Becky said he'd play Blitz, right? So, that means that, like, you know, if we go back to the combat role list, that technically means this is a good low elo draft, too. That's a new thing we just learned. If everybody has, like, the easiest list of combat roles imaginable, then it must be an easy draft to play. Which means it's really good in, like, IBS, Gold, Platinum. Actually, it's good everywhere. Easy drafts are good. Because, like, does anybody hit to Shadow? No. Peel, Maokai's responsibility. Basically, always. That's awesome. Yeah, but I just developed this list. How crazy is this? Because there's only one person who's bursting, right? Catch is not real. Okay, but Syndra, I guess Syndra also has, like, we have to factor in Syndra's catch. So Syndra is, like, the most complicated champion on this team. And if Syndra is the most complicated champion on this team, you're good, right? You're good. So Syndra's priorities would be #1 burst, #2 catch, #3 backline DPS, I think. Yeah, because Syndra's the best at, like, starting stuff onto Urgot. Syndra's better at starting stuff onto Urgot than a Mumu is, so I think that means she would prioritize catch over backline DPS. And then disengages Maokai. There's no dive. Misfortune, Aatrox. There's no empower. I mean, everyone can be follow. There's no need to interrupt anything. We know the initiator. There's no lurker. It's easy. Okay, it's easy. It's easy. It's easy. So Crusaders have a big unit. Now, because their combat roles are so defined and so easy, it's probably on Unicorns to, like, split them up. They really have to execute their tempo comp, right? Caitlyn Lux needs to generate their advantage. Okay, okay, huge development. So far, we're gonna watch. So far, 2 out of 2 games, looking at it through the lens of these combat roles has actually helped us understand what everyone's job is, how to navigate team fights, and when a team is just completely screwed, which is a big deal. It means the system is working so far. So let's see if we can go 3 for 3.
Until minions spawn.
We're obviously cheering for Becky, right?
Strained alchemy fuels my. Whoops, damn it!
Okay, but all of those dynamics only come into play during team fights. We have some laning dynamics to get through. Oh, shoot, we should be doing setup phase. We should be thinking through setup phase. So Diana is obviously don't you dare start on your blue buff. Oh my god. Okay. It makes perfect sense for Maokai to try to swing the top lane matchup. I don't think top lane looks very volatile. It's not melee versus melee going at it. Maokai has a lot of non-volatile roles here. So you may as well path to something that's expected to have prio, which is top lane. Maokai gets to play a very easy game. Diana is sinning out of her mind by pathing to top lane when you're playing a Caitlyn tempo comp. Okay, so we have same side starts on the junglers. Diana's running Aftershock. Okay. I will not rule it out completely when Sunfire build exists. I have not given it any thought. My gut feeling says that's not good. But I cannot claim it's not good yet because I have not thought about it. I forgot how absurd Diana's clear is. Wait, Urgot got the push. Ranged auto attacks really outpaced Darkened Blade? Huh. Okay, well I guess Urgot got the push, which could be bad for Becky. There's no... Diana's typically a full clear jungler, so you're not like super scared of like 12-16s. You're not scared of wall hop cross maps. Or like pit hops is how we should be saying that. Like, you're not scared of pit hops. Oh no, Wolven. But you're also not winning the scuttle fight. There's not going to be a scuttle fight. Ooh, that was close actually. I think Becky could have died there. Not a lot of follow-up. Wolven's too low mana, too far. Okay, it's stable, but Becky is at a serious tempo disadvantage now. There's the Nashor's Tooth, yeah. Okay, so it has to be Sunfire Diana, because I refuse to talk to anybody who builds Nashes into AP on Diana. I don't know if I like Becky compensating for being down tempo by... Oh, no, rush into Crab. Rush into Crab is okay. And Diana might actually have to spend... Okay, I think Darian might have just saved Becky's tempo. Because if Diana has to spend her time dealing with this wave rather than clearing, that's spending her tempo. So I think Oh, wait a minute. Becky even finds a gank before recalling. And it might work. Except they're not ready to commit to it, and they don't want to spend sums. Yeah, okay. Oh, and it's Exhaust a Moo too. Now, hang on. Okay, hang on. Time out, time out, time out, time out. Is Sauce Boss an Exhaust-only player? Because I saw the... I still would have preferred Ignite in the Nautilus game, but the argument for Exhaust existed, right? What is the argument for a Moo having Exhaust in this context? I don't get it. Like, let's check. Let's do tempo check. Okay, Becky still hasn't recalled, and actually Becky then spending his tempo to fish for this and then take Krugs has put him back on pace with Diana, and in fact at a worse pace because the camps were delayed, so now we do just have an objective jungle advantage for red team, the unicorns. Well, okay, objective jungle advantage in the sense that Diana's econ is going to be better, but Maokai also does have a stronger base right now, so... Oh, I wonder... Ooh, wait, I think it was a big mistake for Becky to take this Raptors. I think it was a big mistake, because actually Becky had set up an inversion if these Raptors were alive. Because, oh, okay, well, I'm so busy looking at the jungle. So, I just want to point this out. Had Becky not taken this Raptor camp, then even though he started bot to top, the way his camp spawned would have been, like, Gromp, Wolves, and then Raptors are still up, meaning you get, like, you're just allowed to path to bot now, right? And now you're pathing top to bot for the remainder of the game. Which is probably favorable for you in shutting down the Caitlyn Lux. So, unfortunately, that, like, Becky missed that inversion. We're just stepping on traps. We're just stepping on traps! What do you mean? Okay, unironically don't like this. I think it's BT rush this game. I genuinely think Miss Fortune should rush BT in this situation. Or at least that's what I would do if I were in this position. I guess that's too important to pass up. Lost chapter boots. Yeah, okay. No complaints there. I was just trying to fish for a dark seal there, but that's too important. I would flash for this. Ooh. Okay, but the way the recall timers and all that's like after killing everybody looks like it results. Yeah, it should result. Like Darian's even leaning bots, kind of. No, not really. And it converts into a. They see that Diana's not here. They see her Grump's not up. I don't know if they see this respawn, but. Time for a Drake. Fortune's Drake DPS kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Darian has a real move if he wanted to, but I guess they're happy to just lock down Swain. Okay, what's Becky's gold? Not good? Not good. If you don't... We're now in the middle lane phase. Everybody has their ultimates. Lane dynamics have changed. Well, bot lane doesn't, but that's just because they're behind pace. We should probably declare the start of middle lane phase to be like 7 minutes or something, yeah? Okay. But we're now middle lane phase. Dynamics have changed. Now it's even more important to shut down this Caitlyn lane. Fortunately, they haven't gotten a plate yet, which is a big deal. But I would still love to see... I mean, I think Becky should be fishing for the inversion now. Like, you should just be trying to accept your lower econ on Diana. Look for transition ganks, like on mid lane or something. Probably concede Herald, path top the bot. And... yeah, actually, Becky, like, 3-camped and came back down here. Using a Syndra rotation, but because bot lane was pushing and they weren't ready for a dive, it's going to be nothing. Which sucks, because I actually think this team is very, very good at diving Caitlyn Lux. Oh, they're attacking Diana instead. She's isolated. She's hanging. Here goes Flash. Yep, beautiful. I mean, finishing this attack should be impossible, I think. Oh, they're rotating everybody for Herald. But they're not ready to catch. Okay, so just start this, I guess. Big ultimate. Yeah, now it's a free Herald. Okay. Well, not free, because Caitlyn is actually achieving her win condition down there. She is collecting plates. She is so ungodly strong. I guess the premise of this move was that a Mumu Caitlyn or a Mumu MF were too weak to deal with Caitlyn at this stage. But like, the CS does lie. Like, Caitlyn hasn't cashed out yet. She probably should cash out. She's 2k gold. I think she's greeding for her mythic. Isn't that in like 50 more gold? One more plate. Yeah, I don't know if that Herald can be worth it. Like, that's such a swing for bot lane. I think their lane is unplayable now. Like, they need to be bailed out by Syndra Maokai. But we're spending the Herald on a 5-plate top lane turret. Does that buy Aatrox Eclipse? Like, is that why it's being spent? Does it accelerate Aatrox's mythic? I don't think that's worth losing bot lane over. Darien has to flash. Oh! Wait! No, he doesn't! I thought he was too for that. I hate it when people walk like that when they're trying to block Caitlyn ults. Like, everyone's moving around. There's no danger. Like, just stop. Just stand still. No, I think Crusaders might have played opposite to their win condition. Because, like, realistically, this Caitlyn lane is the only way that unicorns win. And now it's done everything it wants to do. Aatrox did buy an Eclipse, but it wasn't because of the Herald. He still has 300 gold. Oh, they're trying to collapse on the rotation here. No, that... I don't know if that flash was necessary. I think Darien just kills. Either way, 30 seconds until the Drake. Aatrox does not have TP. There's no TP advantage. It is guaranteed raw 4v4, except Lux is late. Syndra's ultimate's ready. Syndra flash is down. Swain is chunked out. Okay, recalling. Uh-oh. No, no. Oh, jeez. He should have taken a base a while ago. Because this is Sunfire. Yeah. Oh, no, but he just afforded. Shoot. That was a really slim Drake rush window for Crusaders. They might have to give this depending on how extreme Caitlyn's pressure is now. Obviously, if we're... Oh. Okay. That was forced, but it became good, right? I was just about to say how Caitlyn is obviously the priority burst target for Syndra. That was expensive. Wow. That felt needlessly expensive, actually. I'm not convinced we had to spend a Moo ult. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, I was just about to say, Syndra obviously would prefer to burst out Caitlyn at any opportunity. And then honestly, secondary priority is Lux. Like, Lux is a priority target for sure. Probably followed by Swain, Diana, Urgot in that order. I don't like leaving Urgot at the bottom of the list, but... Oh, wait, Caitlyn's found. Absolutely worthwhile flash for Becky. And that was a shutdown on the Syndra too, right? No, Caitlyn's not worth the shutdown, Lux is. How far behind are we? Darien not leaning towards his teammates. Might get himself killed here, but Becky, primary disengage, is here. Now, if a Mumu can't get anything... I mean, like, their team is so much worse while they're split, right? Caitlyn is now rotated to top. We are in mid-game. I just noticed the bot lane turret. I guess that's been gone for a while. It's proper mid-game, so Caitlyn's full win condition was not achieved, thank goodness, but she's really far ahead. Okay, use your Caitlyn Lux tempo. Use it, use it, use it. I hate Lux's boots, by the way. I made this mistake the other day on Fiddlesticks. You should pretty much always be on Lucidity boots if you're a support. Unless you're like Zyra. Zyra Brand should be on Sork shoes because all they contribute is damage. But like, Lux has too much utility to justify Sorks. You want access to it as much as possible. And besides, if Lux was on Lucidity boots, then she's closer to Ludens, which is really, really important for her here. We have an 80 carry duel in the top lane. That's our lane assignment right now. So I suppose that means... Oh, wait. Operation Kill Caitlyn's working again. And the kill goes to MF. Okay, beautiful. Unicorn's win condition has been thoroughly stifled. So what we're looking for in this mid game, we're looking for Crusaders to... I mean, they're the most honest team fight comp possible. So they're playing basically entirely for team fights. They're playing to just generate resource advantages, and they're trying to, like, find critical carries out of position. Because they have good catch. They have really solid catch. They have 3 people who can realistically catch somebody. Because, yeah, Maokai's primary role was disengage. We should amend that to also have catch as his secondary priority. That's a dead Syndra. Oh, a flash Syndra. Maokai doesn't have flash. Mumu does. Darien! They just saved you! That's a shutdown! What do... Like... We just... He can't hear us, obviously. We just established that Crusaders need to be looking for, like, actual, genuine picks. Other than that, they're, like, just gathering resources and prepping for team fights. And here comes, like, Syndra. That doesn't matter. That means the ultimate can't be used on Aatrox to shut him down. But Caitlyn's running up here. Like, it is a problem. And Wolven has no choice but to DPS here. It was closer than it should have been. Now, I don't like these collector builds on Caitlyn right now. I think it defeats the point of why she's strong. Like, I think it completely misses the mark. One of the big changes she received on, like, 1212B was effectively made her a much better Zeal user. So I do think it, like, stunts her scaling a little bit. Are you guys ready for Navori Quickblades Caitlyn on Season 13, by the way? Ugh. We're not ready. We're not ready. Neela! No! No, 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 no. No! No! Smurf still buys Navori on Support Center regular. Gross. Well, Navori's getting reworked in Season 13. So, honestly, Quickblades might not be trolling on Senna next season. We'll have to check. I think they're still probably not great, but they're an option. Like, they're expensive. They're too expensive. Die. Beautiful. I mean, that's ultimate, but no, it's a pick. It's a pick before the team fight, and you're the team fight. It's a top laner for top laner. Guys, I don't want Neela to build quick blades. I don't want to see that in my games. I'm afraid.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
It's probably not worth it, come to think of it. Neela's a pure auto attacker. No, it won't be worth it. It won't be worth it. It's not worth amping the damage of your E. I was just concerned about, like, ult damage increasing. It might be worth it if we're full optimizing for the ultimate again. Like, can you justify, like, Shield Bow PD Navori? Or, like, Gale PD Navori? Or maybe Gale, like, Collector Navori? I don't know. Like, she shouldn't be a Collector user because she's not, like, a big ability spammer. I don't know. LDR is stifled a bit because she has such high base health. Okay, team fight brewing, and we have a really good position for the Crusaders. Unicorns have to try to find a way to fight their way in. They're probably not going to. They have to concede it, right? Maokai's already preemptively disengaged, which is really awesome. And Syndra's achieving her win condition of bursting Caitlyn. Now this, Maokai's trying to peel. Uh-oh. It's actually going south. But not for long. Syndra knows her priority targets. Let's just see how exactly that happened, right? Maokai preemptively zoning people out of the pits did mean that the most critical cooldown wasn't available. Now, Woven should be leaning down here towards Syndra, right? Far, initiates. Becky can't follow up, like, so fast that Diana can't dash in. But look, Darian's always chasing the priority target here. This was actually a really well-played fight by Darian. This one was very mindful of what his job was. Lux should definitely have, like, I don't know, maybe, I still feel like she should have a Dark Seal, probably. I can hear the for once punctuated that. He's aggressive. He's aggressive. But yeah, so basically, you can see how easy it is for them to play this game out when everybody has such clear defined roles. Although Maokai needs a bit of an asterisk, because we didn't realize before that Maokai as immediate follow-up was actually necessary for disengage, which is his primary role. Okay, I'm sensing a startling lack of magic resist so far. Don't blame Darian for that at all, but Aatrox should 100% be building, like, Maw here. And I don't love the demonic embrace on... well, okay, can you build full magic resist when Caitlyn's the only threat? Maybe not. Maybe Aatrox is DD into Maw. Oh, no, Becky, don't build Banshees. No, Becky, no. Don't build Banshees. You have Fawn access. Oh. The reason I didn't blame Syndra for not having MR is because it's way too easy for Banshees to be popped off this game. by like Caitlyn Lux, who are the most important people to interact with, right? And Syndra doesn't have any other options. Maokai does. That's a dead Syndra. Or dead Caitlyn, I meant to say, but also could be a dead Syndra, and it will be. Okay, so yes, Darien achieved his primary goal of bursting Caitlyn. I just don't think it's worth trading there. No, Darien's worth a shutdown. So, it's funny that I said that's a dead Syndra, because it's not even what I meant to say. Passive, 104 Splinters of Wrath. Oh, good lord, we're gonna have a really strong Syndra on our hands soon. Lindbloom isolated. Oh my god. Playing the 1v3, like, I missed just a few too many. I don't like hanging out Aatrox like this. There's no defense and no trade. No, is there a trade? Nah, MF's Baron DPS sucks too much. MF's Baron DPS sucks too much. Okay, so, I mean, this has been a very low presence Baron game, even though I think, like, is there actually, should we actually use, maybe Aatrox needs to consider disengage, right? Like, because Aatrox is the best tool they have at zoning people off Baron. So maybe he can't just be like raw frontline DPS. Maokai can't zone him on his own. Maokai has to be in the pit. Time for the Drake setup. I mean, like, Crusaders just have the easiest Drake setup known to man. Their team comp, their team comp like plays itself in these situations. All cooldowns up, beautiful. All flashes, Syndra's is down. Okay, what about enemy team? Diana's is down. Swain's is about to be up. Okay, most sums are up for this engagement. Right. They're not going to care about Urgot right now. They're totally willing to trade a top tier 2 for Hextech Drake. Guys, you have to trade. Guys, you have to trade. You're on a timer here.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Aatrox has to spend TP. He gets interrupted so many times by the creeps. Okay, let's see how that played out, right? Frontline DPS is definitely optional. Burst, check. That's done. Priority target killed. Okay, now Darien falls into a catch and backline DPS roll. Okay, Amumu's the initiator. Perfect, that's working. Maokai's the disengage. Keeping more people out of the fight there. Yep. It's just so easy for them to play. Although, it's pretty funny how that Urgot Aatrox interaction went there. Like, forcing Aatrox TP with the minions. Bye. I think you actually can justify building MR. Now that I think about it, because you have such a strong Syndra, I think you can justify building MR, assuming that Syndra is going to kill Caitlyn consistently. They have no defensive value here. They can't discourage Urgot from walking forwards if he wants to, so they're going to back up. That's good. Syndra's really the only disengage, and her cooldown was down. Oh, guys. Ouch. Time to leave, though. Like, I don't think I like Lux building Zhonya's. I wonder if it's to save herself from Syndra. But, like, of course Syndra wants to kill Lux, but Lux should probably never be close enough to Syndra for that. We have a pick in progress. It's Burning Swain's Flash. There's really no need to push this further, right? Unless... Wow, does Aatrox actually catch this? No, he had Q2. Okay, stopwatch burned. Good shit, guys. Now you leave. What? I just don't want them throwing this game. Like, I'm really concerned. We're approaching late game. Like, it's almost late game. I'm trying to decide when we declare late game, though, because I can't... Like, typically, my benchmark that I set for right now was 30 minutes, because that's when people are expected to hit level 16 and, like, 3 items, roughly. No, it's not when they're expected to hit 3 items. Everyone's super fed this game. But it's still, like, your typical level 16, right? We're setting up. I want to see us playing around the Baron now. That should be Crusaders' objective. They want to blow this game open right before their Hextech Soul. Their best way to win this game is to, like, take Baron within a minute and a half, use it to pressure Inhibitor, and then take your Hextech Soul as an exit objective. That's their most reliable way of, like, closing this out. What? We just spent a Syndra Zhonya's. Diana's not... I mean, does she actually kill enough? She does! And then we force the ultimate out on a really non-priority target. Oh, the initiation's good! Oh yeah, Syndra scaling. Oh yeah, the new Syndra. With a lot of gold. Yeah, I forgot about that part. That's kind of big. There's no Drake or Baron DPS here, guys. Looks like they're taking it anyway. They're committing Darian's TP for it. Wait, what's Syndra's cooldown? It's down to 4. It's like pre-rework now. Okay, so they successfully achieved that. Now they need to push it out. That's an isolated Syndra! Bro! What? 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 950 AP. Okay. 6 level difference! Darian would have killed more effectively by QEing her. I'm not kidding. QE would have one-shot. Unless the, maybe the execute actually factored in. Maybe the Syndra ult execute factored. Six level difference. I didn't want him walking up into like 3 people and getting caught and losing his Magi stacks while his team's in base. Like, that is one of the most disrespectful moves I've ever seen. But he's 6 levels up on the enemy support. So... Aatrox is drawing everybody as the team's getting Hextech Soul because they're desperate and they know they can't fight that. So then all they need to do, Aatrox just runs. They all kite immediately down to the bot wave, or they're actually using mid wave instead. Which, don't know if I love because... Oh, never mind. Time to die. Yeah, told you. I guess I was right. The execute didn't factor. That's not playable for Lux. Caitlyn can't place a trap because Becky created space. Beautiful. It was all from him, too. Wow. Watch. She dies. No, you fucking ended the game before we could kill Lux again. Derry, do you know what the funniest part about that is? Oh, I don't need to show this. The funniest part is I did the math as soon as you QR'd Lux. I'm like, oh, QE would kill, wouldn't it? I checked the numbers. I didn't do any math. I'm like, was that even necessary to ult her? No, it wasn't. And then we saw it, so... 6 level gap between Syndra and Lux, right? Okay, so... had that been lost for Crusaders, right? Did you like your Syndra? I did. I liked everyone's Syndra tonight. A lot of fun Syndras, right? Okay, so the combat roles theory has applied properly in 3 out of 3 games we watched tonight. Because, like, in the Crusaders game 1, we watched how, like, we identified everyone's roles. They were a little complex. Everyone had a list of priorities, and we watched that as those priorities were fulfilled, they started winning fights, and as they weren't, they lost, right? And then in game 2, with the Razorbacks Hammerheads game, we saw that Razorbacks had like some really impossible to fulfill combat roles because the Camille like fundamentally breaks their front to back that they were trying to run, and so Trundle's job was basically impossible. Now they're all scattered, nobody has responsibilities that synergize with each other, they can't play the game. And then we see the easiest roles ever, where every champion on this team has literally one thing they must do, right? Like Syndra is basically just burst into backline DPS. The MF was just backline DPS. The Maokai was like just disengage with secondary follow-up. The Aatrox was just frontline DPS, right? Everyone had one role. It was super easy. There was no redundancy. The list of priority targets is obvious, and it becomes stupid easy to play, and they win. Like, if I can internalize this and get faster at identifying everyone's roles, this is immediate improvement. This system is working. This system is actually working, which is huge. Huge. So now, because I play a lot of champions where the primary objective is empower, where question 1 is which of your teammates' objectives is the most important to achieve in this moment, meaning I have to know everybody else's objectives a lot, and I also have to know, like, when objectives say, like, you should not receive help from your teammates. Like, that means this is really important for me. Because then I'm allowed to make proactive calls more. And I'm allowed to say, guys, I want to enhance X champion to do Y task specifically. That's what I need to play for. Oh, it's big. It's big. We made a breakthrough. We made a breakthrough. We made a big breakthrough. It's working. Oh. Oh, is there a 2 in there? Okay, so I've been using my hotkeys for OBS in here. Yeah. That's funny. I've been using my Twitch hotkeys, right? Like, it's a number pad thing, so I guess I just dumped something in there. Yeah, ADC, Mel. 80 carry players are so spoiled because their job is like the same thing almost every time, right? It's just this. And sometimes you might be and there's a few of them where maybe your primary objective is dive, and maybe your primary objective is catch, and maybe your primary objective is like burst, right? Maybe. But basically every 80 carry has like just this, and it's so easy to default to. 22, 12, and 23, and you went 1, 2. Ouch. Ouch. Or follow for Jhin. Yeah, that's true. This is actually really good for Jhin. And then it's like, because his core combo is like priority 1, follow up, priority 2, backline DPS, right? Yeah. And it just seamlessly weaves between those goals. Yeah, Melly, that hurts. That's painful. That's a painful experience. Yeah, well, we realized we were missing this when it became clear that Trundle's entire job was stop misfortune. And then I'm thinking, like, oh, I'm playing Soraka into Samira. My entire job, like, my core objective, #1 priority is Equinox, the Samira ultimate. Right? Like, that's the most important thing I have in this entire game to do. And I'm the one who should be doing it. So in that case, Soraka's priorities in a game like that would be, like, #1, interrupt, #2, empower. Right? Which, you know, you can argue, like, healing and shielding actually belongs in Peel instead. And it kind of does, a little bit. I should actually rephrase this. Remove and mitigate threats from your backline. And then there's a lot of these combat roles that, like, really only apply to assassins. Like, if you're playing Zed, you're not real... I mean, like, Burst is an important one. But, like, ultimately, you're probably lurking or shadowing someone. And if you're side laning, then that's not a combat objective. That's your macro objective. Because this is all micro. Right? But it worked! It worked! It worked! It completely worked! It answered every question we had! Like, oh! Every one of them! It worked! It was like completely ironclad, except for the missing interrupt condition. But like, oh! That's so exciting. That's so exciting. It worked! This concept is real! Like... Ah... I'm so happy about that. I'm so happy. One of the best league... Well, I'm not there yet, right? I am not... In terms of actual skill, I am platinum. But I've had people tell me that, like, if I actually improve my out-of-game knowledge enough, that I could probably coach Challenger. Like... And I doubted them. I really did. I really did doubt them. But if I can figure... I figured this out in, like, 2 days. I did most of this yesterday. So I'll show you guys what happened. I'll show you guys what happened and how I figured this out. Okay? So we had a game in the VRS the other day, where I picked Fiddlestick support. And we had some, like, really bad situations, right? I picked it because I was really confident in the interactions. There were very positive interactions that I failed to execute on, and it was also not the right situation for this game because we had an Ashe AD carry, and that means that picking Fiddlesticks with, like, Syndra Shyvana imposes too much magic damage on our comp, like, without enough physical to discourage magic resist, right? I violated my own principles, like, in my own magic damage video. Speaking of, I put 5 months into this. Please watch it. But anyway, what helped me figure this out is, right here. We had this situation, right? Where I'm lurking, I got chased out of this spot right here by Camille, right? Or by Akali. And so, but, like, and then we're telling our Camille to, like, just fight this, and then I'm going to supplement this, right? Boom, let's help. But, uh-oh, this doesn't work. Wow, that didn't work at all. What the hell happened? We did some VOD review, and they're like, oh, Quinn, like, what if you were just, like, what if you were contributing right here instead? And then it doesn't even matter if we, like, execute the fear, right? I have a fear extension ready. I have my flash. Imagine if I'm here, right? And so I thought about it. I'm like, well, what's Camille actually doing? Because I've been working on micro objectives for a little bit, but I only had a vague concept. And I know Camille, like, she makes for a really solid flank initiator, right? And then I realized, like, well, obviously she's not flanking anybody here. She's not even initiating for our team. She's marking a Kali. She's playing anti-flank. I'm like, well, wait a minute. If you're playing a mark champion, because I already had some of the initiation questions. If you're playing a mark champion, do you need help? Like, are you supposed to get help? And then I realized, like, wait, I could just categorize every possible, like, thing, every possible job you can have. And you can list them in priorities, because I'm like, oh, fuck, Camille's is really variable. Camille's changes based on the situation she's in. So we lost this game, first of all, in part because I should be playing Gragas this game, so as to not impose, like, restrictions on, or to not impose pressure on my magical carries through magic resist itemization. But also, it's like, we also lost this game because I just fundamentally did not understand what our objectives were, what our micro objectives are, like, I'm supposed to lurk here, right? I'm supposed to lurk. I'm obviously a lurker. I'm not shadowing Camille. I'm not helping her. I am lurking for an opportunity here because she is marking. She's 1v1. Talking about this. The light switch went off. And I got this list out of it. Well, I mean, kind of, but it's not even, like, it's not an archetype thing, right? So I don't think Magic the Gathering deck colors really work. It's just some tasks should not receive help. And I even wrote, like, if you're marking somebody, you should only receive help if you can't win your 1v1, or it's like, hey, if we just turn on this guy, they can't answer. Right. So no, I think it is very different from Magic the Gathering deck colors, and in fact, like, it would be closer to apply that to team comp archetypes, like here. I'm not listening to the sound anymore. Bye-bye. But it's like, losing that Fiddlesticks game opened the floodgates. Like, obviously I know how to get rid of magic damage, like, problems. I released the whole video on it. I just failed to think about it. But, and no, frankly, a lot of people know stuff like this, but they know it, like, implicitly. I don't think most players create lists like this in their head. They just implicitly know what their job is. But I wanted something like this because utility champions really have to coordinate. Like, I've been talking to my top laner on Oblivion Ruby a lot. Like, the day that I figured out that peel and disengage are different things, I said to him, I'm like, well, okay, so we've actually got to figure out who does what in every game, right? Because one of us is better at peel and one of us is better at disengage. I'm like, knowing who's doing what in advance because we know our jobs like this just prevents us from layering cooldowns because we have a problem with that. So then, here we go. Now you have jobs. Now you have it is literally lineup theory. It is exactly lineup theory, which is a card game concept that every threat has an optimal response in your deck. It's so. Yeah. I can see that. I just think, based on my understanding of Legends of Runeterra, a deck and a team comp realistically are, like, 1-to-1 the same thing. I think it really works. Because if they are the same thing, then lineup theory applies. And if they are the same thing, then you can start using, like, attributes, which I'm also working on, like, and archetypes, which, you know, there's too many transferable concepts for me to not view a team comp as a deck. Yeah, okay. It's just so exciting that this worked. It worked. And it also exposed why Sonic's front to back loses to the, like, Melly's flank team fight. It explained it perfectly. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys watching something funny. Oh, nah, not that. Oops. Oops. Alright, take a peek at this while I use the washroom, alright? Oh, my chair's in the way of the timer? Yeah, okay, here you go. I didn't execute this mechanically perfectly, but, like, notice as there's, like, 90 adoration stacks by the end of this. That's a 325 full clear. Which, in the context of preseason 13, is kind of good. Like, Viego's is 321 so far. Like, that's the best Viego clear I've got. So, yeah! I haven't decided if second spinning axe is better than having stand aside, right? I haven't decided. I haven't figured that out yet, but... Oh! I got a 313 on Urgot. Do you know how insane that is in Season 13 to have a 313 full clear? Like Kane's. The Kane clear I got was 329. Urgot has 313. Yes. Yes, I did. So, there's going to be some funny things in the jungle. Ziggs is slow. Like, I couldn't get Ziggs. I think if you can't get below 330, I don't think you're a good jungler. Like, 330 full clear has to be, like, your benchmark. Crabs spawn at 330, and it's like, 3 campers already get such a tempo advantage that, like, all you have to do is 3 camp and then, like, just gank early, and you're fine, right? But if you're a full clearer, you need to go fast enough to not be invaded by the more, like, the higher tempo junglers. What is my skill order for Ziggs? I'm, QEQW. I found the satchel charge cooldown to be too long, and I didn't think its blast was, like, enough to... Like, its blast is really only valuable between raptors and wolves, so I didn't think that was enough to compensate for, like, Q cooldown. Yeah, no, it's not great. It's not good. So, Mel, I can break it down very quickly. The jungle pets, they have fundamentally reworked jungle items. So the old jungle, like, you know, you would hit something and it starts burning for a few seconds, right? And that would restore some health. So instead, you have this little pet running around, and it has attack speed, and it hits stuff in an AoE and heals you, right? When you kill monsters, the pet gets a snack. And sometimes it can get 2 snacks, just periodically, instead of 1. When it hits certain amounts, it evolves and makes your smite better. So you always get Chilling Smite at a certain threshold, and then you get Avatar Smite when it's fully evolved, and when you have Avatar Smite, your pet gives you a special bonus. And, like, that's pretty much it. But these pets heal you a lot. And, like... And obviously, like, my axe manipulation is not super great here, right? I'm not a Draven player. Like this, I should already be, like, in the middle of mid lane there. I promise you, Mel, when you actually start playing it, it's easier. It's easier. You're not optimizing around an invisible burn. You're only doing 1 camp at once. Like, look, the pet just does this. That's it. It's just hitting. Like... See, like, I should have been doing that on the Raptors already. So there's even more optimizations to be made for Draven. At one point, I'm like, oh my god, I just got a 303 full clear. What is going on? And then I realized that practice tool was at 40 minutes, and I had accidentally taken Gathering Storm. This is no Gathering Storm footage. So that's pretty much it. Hey, Gurf! Welcome! Welcome to all the Victorious viewers. I appreciate you being here. We just finished watching some of the VAD matches that were not on stream. We were testing this new combat role system that I was working through. And so far watching these games, it translated 1 for 1. It was perfect. It was awesome. I was really excited about it. So I'm showcasing the 325 Draven full clear I got on the PvE, which exists for some reason. VXLT casts, welcome to the stream. I really appreciate the follow. Hope you enjoy your time with us. So yeah, I don't know why this is real. It's not even optimized. It's 4 seconds faster than the Viego, or no, 4 seconds slower than the Viego clear, 4 seconds faster than the Kayn clear I got. And Draven fulfills the theoretical criteria to be a jungle marksman. You get 90 adoration stacks from this. Like, it's probably... I mean, he can actually skirmish his way out of an invade, too. Maybe. It's possible. Like, the pets are really funny. The pets are very, very silly. So, yeah. Yeah, good night of VAD. I basically just took the Crusaders and Razorbacks matches that weren't on stream. I'm going to take advantage of this raid, guys. I'm going to take advantage to shamelessly shill myself. I worked on this video for 5 months. It's really fun. Mike's Revenge, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your time with us. So yeah, honestly, I don't know, like, what else to do. Oh, we could maybe watch one more. It's getting kind of late, though, so... I was pretty much just planning on chilling for another, like, 5-10 minutes and probably wrapping it up so I can get some sleep for my own games tomorrow, right? Sell. Oh, we need to turn the music back on. I shut it down for the full clear. So, yeah, we got Ziggs clearing. We got Draven clearing. Who else was fast? We got Urgot 313. I mentioned that. We got Cassiopeia was, like, startlingly fast. Full clear. What else? What else did I test? Neela's was fast, but I don't know if there's much value in running. You got an Ornn 320? Okay, that's not bad. Oh, no. Maybe you could do, like, some like, Neela Karma thing with, like, Karma mid lane, and you just, like, try to accelerate Neela's XP through that, like, funnel her a little bit, right? Like, 20 minutes, maybe? How's Morg going? We haven't tested Morg yet. I'm a little concerned about Morg losing her jungle, like her double camps, because those were so important, but... actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's try some stuff. Let's do that for the rest of the day. Let's try some clears, guys. Just throw random champions at the wall. I'm logging into the PvE right now. Let's find out. Okay, that's a little too slow for us then. If it crosses... So, guys, just for the record... Every clear has been slightly slowed on the PvE because of the removal of jungle camps, so like anything below a 330 is probably acceptable. And yeah, clear health is no longer a factor at all. Unless your champion just literally cannot kill camps. Like, so I would imagine Soraka actually takes damage if you're trying to jungle Soraka for some reason. Where's my list? Where's my list of stuff that I wanted to try out? Like, stuff that I figured would actually maybe have value. We theorized Misfortune could clear, but I can't see any reason to run Misfortune jungle. Gnar can probably clear, but we can't control his rage enough to gank reliably. We got Quinn clearing, but she's really slow. We couldn't get Malzahar below 340, which was bad. Okay, let's try Morg. Let's try Morg. You actually got Misfortune to a 325? That's not bad. Oh, 325 5 camp? No, never mind. That is bad. Never mind. That is bad. 320. We need 336 camp or below to probably be fast enough to be, like, a reasonable jungler, right? Because, like, the idea now is that you're finished or clear by the time crabs spawn at 330. Okay. Yeah, apparently we did find a Fiddlesticks 2 camp. I can't execute it right now. Not those ones. Those ones can't work. But as long as Fiddlesticks has one double camp that he can do that other champions can't, I think he's still probably fast enough to find value, right? Let's do some Morg stuff. Don't accidentally take Gathering Storm. What are we taking? Like, I don't know. Like, hate being pigeonholed into Harvest, so I'm probably just gonna, like, cheap out and take Comet. Like, I don't know. Do we need Water Walking? Nah. Well, we will because we can't take Gathering Storm for our tests. Yeah, whatever. Like Boots Cosmic, Boots Futures, maybe. We don't need to optimize the runes right now. We just need to test our rudimentary clear.
I am down, but I will not break.
Yeah, Glacial's a good rune on Morgana. I don't know what jungle Morgana should be taking, to be honest. I like Glacial generally, but is that optimizing too hard into your Q when, like, ultimately jungle Morgana's binding is just a bonus and you're... Like, it's an unreliable cooldown. Okay. It's probably fine. Like, I don't see a reason to not run Glacial. Okay, let's see how she's doing. It's probably absolutely miserable to hit the single target camps without a rank 2 W, so I'm going to start red buff. That's smart. I should be doing that. We need to test more real junglers too, right? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm not starting blue on Morgana. Nope. Nope. By the way, what we've like kind of theorized so far about jungle pets is start blue for CDR. I mean, 10 seconds or 10 haste. It's 10 seconds. Wow. Does 10 haste compensate for not having rank 2 W on Gromp? Does it compensate? Okay, we should try both then. Never mind. Okay, are we ready? Control-Shift-J. Yeah, I'm doing great. We just developed some new systems of how you can think about the game. It's really working well. I'm probably going to try to apply it on the VTS analyst desk and see if it does more for us, because it's explained a lot so far. Okay, go. We're going to try both of them. Leashless, of course, like. So yeah, by the way, the Urgot 313 was leashless. This is slightly suboptimal because I've missed my W cast. Kite it out here. I also missed some kiting, so it's even more suboptimal. So we'll have to run this one again, just to speed it up. I haven't done a lot of tests on that one, but like I struggled to I struggled to find an argument against smiting like the highest health camps when you're not receiving a leash.
Strong enough.
Now we have rank 2 W. Oh, that's just how Morgana's W works. If it's hitting a cannon or a large monster, it just does this.
Justice is a lie of the powerful. I have truths of my own.
I really should have just let my pet finish that one off. It's at like 40 health. The pet does, what, 20 per hit? Yeah, I should have just let my pet finish that. So this is a pretty, like, this is a very rough first clear. And what you're going to find is that most champions really, really slow down once you hit, like, blue and Gromp. Like, these camps just take so long. So, like, I mean, it's on pace for a decent one right now, but I can get it lower. I can get it lower for sure. Especially now that I'm doing that. Like, oh my god. Yeah, 325. That's not bad. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, but yeah, what we theorized about the pets, right? Because these things only really come online around 20 minutes. Like, they only grant their effects there. Red is obviously good. The burn, like the percent max health true damage is similar to Challenging Smite. It's not bad. The green one, shield. I mean, frankly, this one might just be the best generally, but the shield value isn't like giga high. So I'm fairly confident that red and green pets are pretty good right now. And then blue is just, if this blue effect existed before 20 minutes, I think it would be actually good. But because it comes online late, like, that doesn't give you any clear speed increases. It doesn't feel super appealing to have. So I think red and green are really strong, but blue is probably never the play. Might kite it to its limits. And you can actually restore jungle camp patience now, so I could like kite it out here. And then my pet's gonna hit that, auto smite. So I can actually like kite a camp out of its bounds here. And it'll start losing patience, and I kite it back in, it'll regain the patience. I'm sorry, I'm not casting my W when I really should be. No, actually, we should restart this one. I've just, like, sabotaged the data.
The trials I endured were seared
Oops.
into my soul. They drive me forward, even after my wounds are healed.
It just sucks, because, like old Morgana had some, like, high-risk double camp clears. Like, Morgana had the red raptors that Fiddlesticks did. She can't do that now. Okay, just start kiting it here. I usually start kiting them out at like 800 if I'm gonna smite. I'm doing a Garen run. Garen is funny. Garen is probably not the optimal juggernaut for running in the jungle. Like I don't think he gains like, unless he's running like Zillion mid, I don't think Garen gains extra value from being closer to his teammates early. And Garen also doesn't provide any utility to compensate for the loss of solo lane income, so definitely a worse jungler than like Darius or Mord is what I'm expecting. Unless the clear speed just compensates to a ridiculous degree. So obviously that camp is still amazing, and I should have been kiting it out sooner. I'm not a jungle main, so I just kind of like take it as it is. And if I miss a few optimizations here and there, whatever, we'll clean it up later, right? And it's really hard for me to tell exactly when to leave my camp, though, because like sometimes the pet just stops attacking. And it just sucks to experience. Oh, true. I should just not be buying these. Okay, so a 321 is, not bad. A 321 is not bad. Because then I'm just going to kite up here, and, like, in 9 seconds, the Scuttle Crab will spawn. 321 is pretty solid for current state of jungle, I think. Because that's, like... That's about when Viego finished his clear. Or when my Viego finished his clear. Okay. Well, we can't buy a control ward anymore. The jungle items cost 450, not 47 or not 400. So. They did that on purpose. Okay, let's try the opposite side. Let's see if it's any good. Yeah, probably, because my kiting wasn't good, right? And obviously, if you have a leash, this is going fast. Like, because now I'm allowed to use my smite on one of these solo camps. Like if you get a leash on one of your buffs, you're allowed to smite the other one and still have your smite for Scuttle Crab. Speaking of, I just ruined the data again. Like, you just improve the kiting a little bit.
Wings bound and feet earthly tethered.
Save a smite.
I move against
Beautiful.
the false promises of order and justice.
So their goal of, like, improving access to jungle, so far is working. I just kited it off the tormented soil. God damn it. So yeah, so what I needed to do there is just have faith that my pet is actually going to hit that blue buff. Committing the auto attack to it was a mistake. Yeah, it probably honestly doesn't matter. Okay, I can go now. All right. 2 HP. It's so hard to get used to these like the pets. 2 HP. 325 Garen? Oh, you're right. Yep, I can. Yep, you're right.
Some fate of fate. I forge my own path.
Thank you. Forgot about that mechanic. Just don't want to kite this. It's such a pain in the ass to get Gromp back into its leash range because it's ranged. Okay, so at like 300. Yeah, right here I start to walk. I mean, honestly, the speed hasn't changed that much based on, like, my side, which is good. Because any jungler who's, like, bound to starting on a specific side just kind of sucks. Like, say somebody picks Cassiopeia jungle. You're like, oh, I just need to take its blue buff. And what can it do?
My wings are heavy, but not as heavy.
And you're right, because the answer is nothing. It can't do anything. I wonder if the second Tormented Soil was a mistake, because it reduces my red clear time. I should be kiting that. Well, I'm just brain AFK. I'm sorry, guys. Whoops. So yeah, I mean, clear is reasonable. Like, oh, and by the way, you must take all of those now. If you're doing full clear from red start, you have to take every Krug, or finishing Raptors will not give you level 3. So that was like a 324, which we can optimize even further because you saw some of my bad. Like my second Tormented Soil on Raptors was probably not good, and my binding hit small Krug, and you know, a lot of little things here. But yeah, so I mean, Morgana's clear itself still falls within the bounds of what we say is acceptable. Should we try like a real jungler to kind of... Okay, real jungler. I genuinely think Morgana's best role is jungle on current patch. But like, should we try a conventional jungler at some point? Oh, I have this bug again. Sorry, one sec. Okay, let me just check my list, because I wanted to... These are the champs whose... I'm not sharing my screen. These are the champs whose clears I wanted to check. I wanted to check these champions to see if, like, they're any sort of viable. Some of these are kind of memes, because it's like, okay, so you clear, and now what do you do, right? What do you do afterwards? Like, realistically, what is Misfortune going to do after her clear? Like, she can look for Make It Rain ganks. It's possible. But at the same time, her DPS isn't going to be super high in, like, a full all-in there. Because she has Love Tap holding her back, and she has, like, not really any anti-invade skirmish potential. Ashe jungle. Ashe's cooldowns are way too long, right? Surely. I mean, Brand is here just because it's worth checking him. Like, his biggest problem on live was his clear health. Like, his first... Getting to level 3 is stupid slow on Brand, and then his clear just goes like... Pew, supernova. But... You're unhealthy and slow pre-3, so I wanted to see if that would help. Okay, so the thing I was thinking about with that one is if Syndra hadn't just been freshly reworked, Syndra jungle 100% is viable. 100%. But because her level 1 Q cooldown is 7 seconds, I'm a little concerned now. We can try it, though. We can try it. Like, why would I rule it out without trying it, right? Why did I just create a custom lobby? What am I... Generally, I like my mage cooldowns to be 6 seconds or lower to, like, really look at them as junglers. And it's like... someone barely didn't hit that threshold. Morgana gets a pass because she's getting all those cooldown resets, right? Who barely didn't get a pass? Okay, yeah, Ziggs barely didn't get a pass. He's 7 seconds rank 1 Q. But it scales so quickly that I thought maybe it's okay. And Ziggs did clear. Like, Ziggs cleared very well. Syndra. That's right. Okay. it's obvious what we're running here. Yep. Maybe Relentless. I mean, you could even go Treasure Hunter because you might be, like, roaming around the entire map generating kills. Can't run that. No. We'll run this. And surely it's, Do I have any skins? Sure. Why not? Oh! I mean, all these champions who are, like, freshly able to clear is going to force us to really consider, like, what are the responsibilities of a jungler? What do you have to do? Because, yeah, there's going to be a lot of new power farmers. Is that worth it? Do you scale like Karthus does on jungle budget? I'm just buying red pet every game during our test clears because it really doesn't make a difference. Okay, let's see. At the very, very beginning, this is going to suck. And it's going to feel a lot better when we get onto Raptors. Whenever you play, like, I remember playing Syndra Jungle a few seasons ago, and just... Raptors made me so happy to clear. I probably should not have taken that cooldown. Approaching Raptors right now. I mean, like you guys can tell, literally everybody can clear healthy enough. I need to pump these up. There might not be a single champion in this entire game who doesn't have the health to clear the jungle. Should I have just taken Q2 for cooldown? No, it doesn't give me cooldown. Kiting it. That's funny. Oh, we're on pace for a really bad one, guys. If this hits 2 minutes... Yeah, it is. See, so, I mean, like, Syndra with the 4-second Q cooldown, I think you can imagine would clear this very well. But Syndra with the 7-second Q cooldown is not done at 340 right now. So, no, that's... And, like, I mean, are there even any optimizations to make? Like, it's kind of just... It's the most spammable. Well, let's see how much we get, right? We get 35 damage from this. Well, actually, let's try... Let's give it the time of day, right? Let's be fair to it. Let's try Blue Start for A-Haste. Because it actually did make a difference on Morgana. Like, it actually... Well, it was like 3 seconds slower, but it felt good. Okay. We'll check it.
This is what I live for.
Basically, since kiting realistically doesn't do that much anymore, like, I kind of just leave it at the edge here. I just need to pick an ability. Like, it might be QWQ. But we also have to wonder, like, is... Oh, I can just push it back into its patience range.
Minions have spawned. I am in control.
Did you guys notice how my pet just stopped attacking it? It's not as consistent as the burn used to be. Like,
This power is mine to command.
okay, we're gonna try, like, actually kiting stuff now. So look, I can bring it out. I can bring it out of its zone and bring it back in. Watch the patience. It's replenishing. So that's how ranged junglers are going to get their advantages.
They are nothing to me.
Seraphine Q is like 8 or 9 seconds, isn't it? There's no way. I'm just hitting this. Okay, we're gonna spend our smite on Gromp then. Okay, let's try with W. It would be funny if it worked. I mean, like, we're so early in preseason that, like, it'd be dumb to rule anything out right now.
Minions have spawned. A whole world to toy with.
Yeah, it's kind of like the problem I'm running into with Syndra right now, right? Like, and, like, once I actually get the hang of how these pets work, I mean, it's going to be the same optimizations for every champion, so I'm just doing this because, like, this is too much dopamine. But it's awkward now, because, like, it doesn't apply a jungle burn to everything anymore. Like,
Let them try to stop me.
I should not be holding my orbs at all. Like, does the cooldown not tick until... Yeah, I think it doesn't. Okay, wait for like 300 to kite it out, right? Okay, I think I'm safe now.
Just fools.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, my pet. I genuinely can't tell if my pet would always hit it there. Like... Oh, time. Yeah, that is not good. And like, how much time would we really shave off of, like, ability optimizations if it looks like this, right? I even have the haste rune. Like, I have the haste rune. I had blue buff for haste as long as possible. Like, and it's still a 351 full clear. Like, that's... So, unfortunately, no. I don't think reworked Syndra is going to be a jungler, which sucks because original Syndra would have been. Original Syndra 100% would have been a viable jungler. Well, except for the damage. But... let's try to optimize Silas. I just want, now that I'm like now that I understand what's going on here a little bit. Oh, this is dangerous. This is no longer playing out of, like... I mean, this song is copyright free, but this is no longer playing out of the actual sessions playlist. You know what? Fuck it. Let's try it. I would take Gathering here, obviously, but... probably this. Yeah. Do I need Smite cooldown? Ah, who knows. This cannot be good. I promise you. I promise you this cannot be good.
Let me guide.
Program. There we go. I promise you. I want it to be good. I would play the hell out of this. I think it'd be really funny. But, like, what's our Star Call cooldown? Like, why? Okay, out of all the cooldowns in the game, this is one I should know. Like, this is embarrassing. Yeah, it's 8. Oh, don't get me wrong. I love ADC Soraka. But no shot this works. Right, like, this is the Syndra problem, but worse, and it also deals less damage, so I had to take attack speed.
They will know serenity.
Of course. I mean, what the hell else am I gonna do? Yeah, Equinox does damage to Caps, guys, I promise. Oh my god, I'm the same champion until level 3.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I'm gonna cast Equinox for moral support. Wait a minute. No, that was the pet. Oh. I mean, even this clears. Like, even this is healthy enough to clear. So basically, what this patch means, guys, if you have fun junglers you want to play in norms, you can play every champion in the game. Okay? If your friends are forcing you to play jungle and you don't really care, you can pick any champion in the game and it'll work. You at least won't die, right? I almost on instinct put a point in W. Oh my god.
Gracefully.
Yes, even that one will technically work. Did I just commit an auto on Small Wolf? Blech.
This is my path.
Almost certainly yes. Yuumi jungle? Yuumi had a... I mean, Yuumi did have that video come out, right? About... Yeah, guys, I'm on 330 in 10 seconds, and I haven't even started Grom. So...
By the power of the stars.
So obviously this does not hit our benchmark. But yes, look, on your screen right now, undisputed proof that Soraka can clear the jungle.
The whole world in balance.
And you can spend all your time, like, F-keying too, right? And I should be kiting this already, but... but no, that one's not good. That one's playable. You can play it for fun. Which, you know, that's all we need. Smite for... I smoked my red buff. I smoked my red buff and I want to save my... So like, here's the thing, right? Ivern on live can get, like, a 240 or something stupid like that. But it requires him to spend both of his smites, and then that sucks for crab. Right? So generally, when you're trying to optimize a clear, you're doing 1 smite clears. Okay, back to Sylas. We want to check that one. That Draven one took me like an hour, by the way, because I don't play Draven, so I didn't have my mechanics down. Ugh. Oh, Alacrity for the clear speed? Yeah, that's probably necessary, isn't it? It's like 3% only, though. I guess it's like, is this worth... Don't pick Sylas into high CC comps either way. I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, you do have the option to go like Merc Dreads and like actually draft allies to play around. Like, it's less grief than picking something as extreme as, like, I don't know, Katarina into this. Okay, let's just start blue. I want to see how much the A haste matters. And now I wait 12 seconds. Woohoo. I mean, frankly, cooldowns like this are the reason I didn't test Kled, so, Pets! I hate my pet. It's like this little bastard knows when you're trying to kite a camp out of its, patience range. It's like, no! I'm not helping. Nuh-uh. I just don't have any faith in it. Like, could I optimize these further if I really spent the time learning pet mechanics? Probably. But... Wait, my E2, huh? Hello? Oops. That was no good. dare stop. I'm so paranoid about this thing. That wasn't a very good Petricite burst cycle, but whatever. Raptors are easy. Also not optimized, but who cares? Can I finish this fast enough? I don't think I can. Or is this like a brand situation where... Is this a brand situation where it's like your first 3 suck and then you just become like too valuable to care? Because like I'm not hitting a 330, but these subsequent camps are much faster. Oh, it's time. Yeah, it's like a 337.
Great Mage Rebellion starts now.
We'll do one opposite side. I just think it's important to check full clears. Like maybe people start playing Silas and they actually just 5 camp him. Like 5 camping's okay to do. I'm not smiting this. What the fuck am I doing? Okay, we're gonna have to smite this Krug then. Smite it. And that didn't optimize anything, because now I have to wait for these creatures. Because they have to be cleared, or I don't hit 3. Ugh.
Once you've seen the
Oh, it actually technically does not. It technically does not. Good catch, thank you.
Look at all those good.
Annie can be very good. That's a good thing to check actually, maybe, because if you're ganking on Annie, that solves some of her range issues, right? You don't necessarily need access to Predator when you're always coming in from the side. You would need W. So this is where I have to wonder how universal my rule is, because yes, Annie has a spammable Q, but that's also a single target ability, and like Anivia has the same thing. Oh my god, my inputs are... Pet! It has to be... Okay, it's something about distance from pet to yourself, I think. I think. That was not optimized, by the way. I had to dash back in.
Every Demacian again.
No, but the pet there was a... What?
The mage shall inherit the earth.
Oh, good point, good point. Yep, so maybe Annie. We'll check Annie.
From the rubble, true order will be born.
Okay, so Q has sped this up dramatically, but between these two camps, we're still not getting below 330, I think.
Good, evil, what does
I mean, unless we do that small, like, Gromp blue optimization. No, we're barely too slow. Barely too slow with a mistake, though. Yeah, okay, so, like, hold on. What did I say? What did I say about jungle mages? What did I say about jungle mages? So my current working theory, which might be proven to be wrong later, okay? But my current working theory is that if you're going to be a jungle mage, first of all, you obviously need a fast clear. That's non-negotiable. But you must fulfill one of the following criteria. You either have to have strong early impact in lanes, which Lysandra would, right? Or you have to have incredible scaling enabled by the safety of skipping a conventional lane phase. You know, so that's like your Karthus, right? Karthus obviously doesn't have extreme pressure on his lanes, but he's good enough on like one item. And he's just kind of a monster from being alive, right? So Annie would fulfill those criteria. Lysandra would if she could clear. I'm gonna classify this Silas one as like good enough. It's like exactly Ziggs tier, right? Let's try Annie. I'm getting kind of tired though, guys, so I think we're just about done like testing random champions here, and we've got months and months and months to try all of these things, right? So if our new theory is that single target spells are the most important, if this works, then technically a Nivea jungle would also work. Sorry, I'm on the wrong scene. Technically a Nivea jungle would also work. I'm not running Predator because I don't have any faith in Predator. I mean, we could run First Strike, and that's probably good. And then like, yeah, this, that, and A Haste, probably, because that was correct for Cassiopeia, right? A Haste was right for Cass, so we will run A Haste on Annie. It's actually true, yeah. No, I actually have a lot of faith in Jungle Draven. Like, I think he just sounds like he actually contributes stuff. Like, Draven's not a hyper carry, right? He doesn't need to be on 3 items. He's good enough on his 1 item spike. If you're snowballing him properly, like, why not? Okay. That's a good point that I never thought about.
30 seconds. Minions spawn.
Ooh, that's really bad. Does that neuter his clear speed? Yeah, Olaf was really good at the double camp Gromp too. Undertow axes. Uh-oh. Oh, I've discovered a problem. I'm rather Hold on, is my...
Minions have spawned.
I just missed a raptor. Give me that refund back, thank you. Give me that refund, thank you. I'll take this. Yeah, probably Molten Shield damage if you're not on Raptors is not justifiable. But it also indirectly improves clear speed. I just queued the wrong target. Yeah, I know that. I thought I would encounter, like, more of a problem, though. And, like, maybe I am. Like, I think this clear speed is... Like, we're already approaching unacceptable levels, right? As soon as this hits 2, and I haven't started... Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, no, I mean... I just hit the wrong button. Even without that mistake, like, that's at an unacceptable speed. So we're gonna try this one now. But, like, it's not even that bad, right? Like, let's just check the blue start version. Because if she's a blue start only jungler, that's a problem. Like, when you have champs like this, it's so easy to late invade them. And then they're screwed, but... Okay. I just want to see if having blue buff regen, like, actually gives me more Qs. Because I was actually, like, perpetually Qing. Maybe it's W, like... Okay, it is definitely giving me more Ws, which is a big deal.
Minions have spawned.
Don't make me hurt you.
Well, seeing like the blue bar come up during a jungle clear is not necessarily bad. I'm going to try taking Molten Shield here for the Raptors. Auto attack to clump them up. That thing disappeared instantly. While the shield holds. Oh, right. Oh, right. No, okay. Don't take Molten Shield on your anti-clears, guys. Oops. There we go. Pump them. And yeah, we've passed 2 minutes again. Which might have been because of my Molten Shield, to be honest. In fact, it was 100%. So we're gonna restart this at like an actual reasonable pace with like correct skill orders. I'm so happy about this preseason, by the way. Very funny. Hey, what's up, Karibo? Oh, no, you have to smite the blue. Like, it actually does make a difference, like, smiting blue or Gromp, because, I mean, it gets me the haste sooner, it gets me level 2 sooner, it makes a difference. Can't do that. Sorry for my brain AFK. Eat ease, what eat ease? You know, any change that makes League of Legends funnier is a welcome change for me. Like, that's why I'm such a fan of the Blitzcrank jungle stuff. Okay, my pet is angry for some reason and just not helping me. Okay, we can start moving now, I think. Yep. I'm scared. Somebody needs to work out the pet mechanics ASAP. I need to know why this thing sometimes strikes and sometimes doesn't. Okay, no Molten Shield. None of that. Clump them up with an auto. I definitely missed that one Raptor. No, I don't think this made a difference either. Okay, so Minoshi, I think you're on the right track where single target is king in New Jungle. Like, those abilities are probably, like, just really consistently good. But that also assumes you have strong auto attacks to back it up. Because we've just hit 2 minutes, like, for the 3rd or 4th consecutive clear. Without being done. Like, while starting our final camp, right? And this, we're now at 340. This is unacceptably slow. Time. Let's say 346. Facts. So no, unfortunately, that just having the low cooldown on a single target ability like that, it's not enough. So the 6-second rule does have an AoE clause. I tried Akshun's clear and it was really slow. Let's try Twitch. We're going to finish with Twitch, guys. Twitch is the last one. And for the record, if you're going to play jungle Twitch, I can almost guarantee AP Twitch is better. Let's take cut down here.
What doesn't kill you just isn't finished yet.
If this clears again at a reasonable pace, like it probably Twitch will probably never full clear for the record. But who knows? Is it more important for me to have ambush attack speed at level 1? Probably, yeah. It's like, how much is this? This is 40% attack speed for 5 seconds. This is a 12-second cooldown. That's a 16. Ah, we'll try both. We'll try both.
They're planning something I don't. It's me!
Welcome to Summoner.
Hopefully no one calls caster bias. Yeah, no worries. It's I just like the options, right? I really like the options.
Minion spawn.
I have run out of attack speed. Oh, now this part sucks. Why am I doing this path? This path without cask is horrendous. Actually, is it even important to like hit those ones? Pet! Do something! Okay, so I've ruined my data now. Yeah. Well, I don't like that start. We're gonna do the different start. We're gonna do this one. I'm gonna go here.
Needs more sludge.
So I'm still gonna try Q start.
Time to go. I was hiding.
The single target is definitely better early. Yeah, so to assess our junglers, we have to know which ones are like. I should have done this between camps. Oops. We have to know, like, first of all, clearing is just step 1. We have to know what they're going to do after they're clear, and we're going to need to know what they do when they get invaded. Right.
I'll be right under their noses.
Minions have spawned.
Oops.
Is like more delicious mold. Time to go.
It just canceled an auto! Did you see that? Okay, so for the record, don't pull with cask. You need it to full hit.
I was hiding.
I do not understand these pet mechanics. Okay, now. Well, Twitch shouldn't be full clearing, but one of the big problems before was that he's just always unhealthy when he's trying to do his ganks. So he's good cheese now. Yeah, he's good cheese again. He's good cheese. Okay, guys, I am exhausted. I want to go to bed. I'm sure we'll have no caster bias. Yeah, if you find something fun that can clear, please let me know. Once again, I'll show you my list. There's just gonna be a draft lull in the background. I will show you my list. These are the things that I was going to check. So far, I've checked Silas, who is slightly too slow. I haven't checked Camille. I haven't checked Gwen. I haven't checked Jax. Neela is back to healthy and fast. Haven't checked Riven. Haven't checked Gnar. I think Gnar is probably fine, except it's going to be really hard for him to manage his rage before ganks, and that's a whole can of worms. Darius is already good on live, but we just want to check him. Check Mundo. I know Urgot is like literally the fastest clear I've found so far. Check Yorick and Nasus. I've done Ziggs. It's slightly slow, but it's good. Malzahar we haven't gotten fast. Zyra haven't tried. Cassiopeia is 321. Brand haven't tried. Nico, Twisted Fate haven't tried. But like all of these, I haven't tried like all of them. Really. I mean, yeah, I usually Mundo is just like, you know, the whole value of him is big stat ball, right? I'll ask you this, Karibo. Is there any universe in which... That's true. Yep, that's true. He's too healthy for E-passive. This is the Juggernaut litmus test for jungle, by the way. Does the jungler benefit from having earlier access to allies? Does that compensate for a loss of top lane raw stats from XP? On Darius, it can be worth it. On Urgot, could be worth it. On Trundle, it is, right? Trundle's like the classic case. It's like, oh yeah, it's super worth for Trundle to like gain earlier access to his teammates. Like, he just has such good setup. And if the answer is no, then Mundo jungle shouldn't be played. That's it. There we go. We solved it without even testing it. So he didn't fit the criteria, so maybe we won't try it. I have it here because it's historically playable. I'm having bad hiccups. I'm gonna go to bed, guys. Thank you so much for being here for the VAD games and for sticking around for our jungle fun. Tomorrow we have VRD. Wednesday we have Minecraft. Thursday we have VRS. Friday I'm obviously not streaming because there's VTS analyst desk stuff as usual. Yeah, and then probably just a weekend of Minecraft again, like, because we really need to get this build done before the server dies. If you haven't done so already, first of all, of course, I've got to show my video again. I put a lot of work into it. I'm very proud of it. I love it. Please check it out. It's a deep dive on magic damage and how the solo AP problem works. And then, of course, if you haven't voted on what our next stream game is going to be after Minecraft is done, that vote is in the Discord. Everybody, thank you so much. Don't forget to love yourselves, respect each other, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.